Jim Turner Field, just next to the Berry Bowl in the heart of Logansport. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you. We have a championship bracket in the 17U quarterfinal. It is the 4-5 game. The attack baseball team based out of northern Indiana taking on the Indy Titans Anderson squad, largely comprised of kids from the north side of Indianapolis. Thank you so much for joining us, Rob. You've been a part of this coverage now for the last couple of years. What are you looking forward to about 4 consecutive games today here on ISC?
Well, we start with this 17U group, and this is the oldest of the 4 brackets, and these are all mainly kids that are all going to be seniors in high school. We certainly know this Indy Titans team, a lot of ties to Central Indiana programs, and we should note that the Indy Titans Anderson designation is not where they hail from geographically.
Right. That is the last name of the head coach.
It's distinguished from the other Indy Titans teams. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to this matchup. Both of these teams 2-1 in pool play, so this is a 4-seed versus 5-seed matchup here in the quarters.
Tomorrow we will have all 4 age bracket championship games. It'll take place here at Jim Turner Field. Today we'll have a variety of teams and age groups. In fact, our next game will be of the 15U division. This is Isaiah Kripe that lifts this one towards right field, drifting in that direction. Able to make the play in right field. That is Cade Parker from the Indy Titans. And there is quickly 1 away. Now, we are in a 2-hour time limit today. The last game before us actually finished a bit early. We are starting this game exactly on time. We are playing 7 innings. There is a run rule, 12 runs after 3, 10 runs after 4, or 8 or more after 5. And we'll bring this one to its conclusion. Pitching on the mound today is Michael Thorpe for the Titans. He fires that one by Max Platt for strike number 1. Platt is the starting center fielder. And Thorpe has some pretty good giddy-up behind that fastball.
He did, and he's one of 3 players on this Titans roster that played for New Palestine, who made a deep run in this 4A state tournament last year, got away the semi-state.
Play for my buddy Sean Lyons, the head coach at New Pal, whose daughter Katie played basketball at the University of Indianapolis. This one smack, but at the shortstop. Catching it off the hip, firing over to Patel, the first baseman. Shortstop that makes the play is Braden Wolf. And there's quickly 2 down. Wolf plays at Zionsville High School.
Get those true hops on the artificial surface.
This is a symmetrical ballpark, and I would say it's about perfectly sized for high school baseball. 320 down each of the lines, 354 in the power alleys, and 372 to straightaway center. We did see a home run of the game before us, and that was the other quarterfinal in the 17U division that saw the Indiana Bulldogs defeat Dillon's Dogs by a score of 6-4.
And that one went to straightaway left field about 335 or so to clear that fence between the scoreboard and the left field foul pole.
Ethan Medina is the player that is at the plate now for the attack. He is the starting left fielder. The attack will bat 9 in their lineup. The Titans will bat 10. You have that luxury in travel baseball to get kids a few more at-bats. Obviously, that's the whole point of this, playing throughout the course of the summer, is to make you a better baseball player for your high school season the following spring. Two-man umpiring crew for this game today. Fastball tails away at the knees, and the count goes to 2-2.
Which is interesting because I think we had 3
in
the previous game.
As long as we got 1.
As long as we have 1.
Yeah.
1 is the minimum.
2-2 pitch. Good job to spoil that one. Count remains at 2-2. You referenced the young men that play for New Pal on this Titans team. They went 23-10. I had a chance to see them early in the year. They were kind of just figuring some things out when I saw them in early April. This could be a problem, and this one will roll foul. Good job by the catcher in Anderson to let that one roll foul. Would have been a very difficult play with the lefty flying down the first baseline. And the count goes to 2-2. I want to thank Brian Strong, the Director of Athletics here at Logansport, a member of the IHSAA Executive Board, for always being so hospitable. Logansport, kind of like your alma mater, Southport, kind of like Seymour, just one of those places that tends to host a lot of IHSAA events. There's a reason for that.
Yes, that was, you beat me to it.
Ground
They do a
ball,
great job.
Shortstop Wolf snares, fires, gets him. 3 good, solid plays in the field of play by the Indy Titans defensively, and the attack retired in order. Attack nothing. Titans coming to bat when we come back to Logansport as you're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series here on the ISC Sports Network. McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you
go.
go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
Wrestler!
Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
That's the finish. You get a layup taken and an and one. YouTube, Twitter, and ISCSportsNetwork.com. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you here on the ISC Sports Network. You just heard where all the places you could find
Yeah, that's right.
on our microphone. Pitching in this game for the attack today, Binkley. Caden Binkley is the starting pitcher for this attack squad. Again, they are the number 5 seed through pool play. 12 teams comprise the 17U division. They were put into 3 different pools. Each of these 2 teams went 2-1, so run differential is a way that you distinguish the teams of this group. Winner of this game will play later today at Loeb in Lafayette for the semifinals.
About 35 minutes, 35, 40 minutes down to Lafayette from here.
All depends on who's driving. If it's
That's
me,
fair.
it's probably closer to 30.
Okay.
And then the winner of that game will come back here and play in our first championship tomorrow. That would be at 11:15. Cade Parker will lead things off for the Indy Titans.
So you and I have never ridden in a car together, so we've done more than a few broadcasts together, which is kind of like riding in a car together.
More or less.
But we've never ridden. So I didn't know what your style is.
My
behind the
driving
wheel.
style is probably best replicated by the opening scenes of the Dukes of Hazzard.
I was going to say Cannonball Run.
Also appropriate. So Parker, young man that plays at Westfield High School at the plate. This one in for a strike. We offer the chance for players to fill out questionnaires so we can learn more about them. I want to thank the young men from the Indy Titans. They did a great job of filling out as many of those as possible. Cade says he is a big-time Cubs fan, puts that bunt down. Pitcher off the mound, second baseman get there in time. No throw is wide. That either hit the umpire or the first baseman on the way by, so no further advance. We'll call that a bunt base hit to lead things off for the right fielder for the Titans.
I think that might have hit Parker as he was scrambling across the base because the first baseman, Ryle had to come up the line to make the play. So he was 2 or 3 steps. Let's take another look at this. Oh, it hit the umpire in the foot. Yeah, that was an errant throw. The definition of errant throw.
The right fielder was hustling down the line on that play. He may have limited that to only 1 base anyway. So no error gets charged there. Even though the throw was wide, I think Parker would have beaten the throw to the bag regardless.
Yes. And that was J.W. McCleary, the right fielder, to give him credit for backing that play up.
So here is Thorpe, the pitcher. We were checking Thorpe's pitching stats at New Pal this past year. Good-looking pickoff move by Binkley, but tag wasn't held onto by Ryle. Thorpe, as a pitcher, had a scintillating 1.17 ERA with a 6-2 record in 48 innings thrown for the Dragons, who ended up winning 23 games this past year. Thorpe, as a batter for the Dragons, batted .250. Had a couple of doubles and an RBI. 8 hits and 32 official at-bats for Thorpe. This one smacked because the second baseman had to hug towards the bag with a potential stolen base threat. That will scoot it into right field for a base hit and an outstanding start for the Indy Titans Anderson squad.
Good piece of hitting by Thorpe to take that outside corner pitch and take it right out the other way to right field. Like you said, Greg, the into the open spot. We're going to get a runner over at first base, courtesy runner Jackson Chapman running for Thorpe at first.
Thorpe can focus on the pitching duties. Arjun Patel now at the plate. Patel, the starting first baseman. Chance for a big hitting here out of the gates for the Indy Titans. Off speed just misses. That one sails high, 2-0 the count. In for a strike. The count now 2-1. Cursory glance at second. Runner's not moving. Off speed just misses outside of the zone. And the count now 3-1. Lights are turned on. We had a lot of rain early this morning. Obviously, we can play through that with the turf here. Just kind of gray skies, but dry on the turf in Logansport right now. And that's a 5-pitch walk, and the base is loaded without benefit of an out.
Yeah, Binkley has put himself in a little bit of a tough spot here to start this ball game, and his catcher, Jet Woodward, taking a trip out to have a conversation. Yeah, the radar looks good the rest of the day, at the risk of putting the whammy jinx on us. And you don't worry so much about getting things in here. You worry about other sites getting behind, and that then having a trickle-down effect on everything else.
Here's Gabriel Silva. He is the third baseman for the Titans. Attends Carmel High School. Gabriel, originally from Venezuela. It's in for a strike. Says the Phillies his favorite team, and Bryce Harper his favorite player. And potentially a relatively new ad here for the Titans. No name on the back of the jersey. I'm sure it's available on YouTube. Maybe it's, 40 years worth of memories in my head. But if I remember vaguely, Eric Davis, his first game as Cincinnati Red, wore a jersey and didn't have a number on it because they literally called him up so quickly.
Didn't have a number on it?
Didn't have a number on it. Didn't have his name on it.
Oh, boy.
This one misses high and inside.
Yeah, that's going back a ways. That would have been
83 or 84 when that happened.
I was going to say 85.
Yep.
Because 87 was his big year.
Correct.
Where he put up the huge numbers before the injuries started to set in.
3-1 count. Taken all the way, wisely so. Fastball pops back across the zone. And the count goes full. Silva can still be selective here without any outs yet in the inning. And lifts this one foul. That would have been a strike. Good decision to swing. Henry Thorpe awaits on deck. And again, spoils it. Good swings here by Silva. May have chased him out of the zone, but he's getting his timing worked out, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's put 3 out of play in the same general vicinity.
Yep. Curveball got him. Had seen a diet of fastballs, wasn't ready for the off speed. Big pitch for Binkley and for the attack, and there's one away.
Boy, he just dropped that in, like you said, at 3 straight fastballs. He had Silva's bat sped up, did Binkley, and dropped the off-speed pitch right in on the corner.
So here is Henry Thorpe. He is the left fielder. First pitch swinging. Thorpe got a handful of at-bats at the varsity level for New Pal this past year. Officially went 2 for 12 with 3 runs scored. I believe they are building a new baseball field for the kids at New Pal this year. Lashes this one foul.
Well, that was the one thing they hadn't done yet, correct? The softball complex is phenomenal.
Softball field is like a minor league park
Yes.
over at New Pal. Obviously, what they've done with football because of their success stands out. They've built a new field house over there, but the press box and kind of the protective screen complex are relatively new. The field has not been touched in a while, and they are working on that, I think, as we speak. Ground ball, that'll get through the 56 hole for a base hit. They will hold the runner at third. They need to force the issue. But an RBI single for Henry Thorpe that scores Parker, and it's 1-0 for the Indy Titans Anderson.
Thorpe waited on a pitch he liked, and it hung up at the belt. Drives the run in.
So here is Nick Deering, and he is another New Pal Dragon on this Titans squad. He was a most every game player for New Pal's varsity team this past year. Had a 259 average for the Dragons. Lifts this into right field. That should score a run. Runner tags from third. Throw will. Now, actually, runner changed his mind. Chapman got about halfway home and stopped. I think if he had kept going, he would have scored because that throw was heading towards the pitcher and not home plate.
Well, as we take a look at this replay, the throw was cut.
Yeah.
And Binkley's playing for the lead runner to throw to third. If he had a play on the runner at second, who had strayed way off the bag, thinking that Chapman ahead of him was going to take the plate.
So now 2 down. Here's Braden Wolf. Wolf made a couple of nice plays at shortstop in the last inning. And if the attack can limit the damage to 1, that would be pretty impressive here. 3 base hits and a walk allowed by Binkley so far this inning. Wolf, the number 7 batter in the lineup for the Titans. Right back to the pitcher up the middle, couldn't get it. That'll be a base hit. That will score 2. So a CNI single. Well, throw comes up the line, and that was a closer play than I was going to give it credit for Patel, but he does score regardless. But it's now 3-0 in favor of the Titans.
Well, on that play, Binkley was undone by the fact that a right-handed pitcher, his momentum is going to take him to the first base side of the mound, and that ball was hit right back into the space that he vacated when his follow-through took him off the rubber.
Hey, if you can't take Indy off the attack on there, Indy Titans is fine, but take Indy off the attack. So runners at first and second give Wolf a pair of RBIs. This one airmailed past the catcher. And on the pass ball, runners will advance 90 feet apiece. Ryan Pozovac at the plate. He is the center fielder. Pozovac attends Carmel High School. Carmel had a pretty good season this year. They've got a wonderful turf facility for baseball. They hosted their sectional. But as is the case with a lot of good teams in that sectional, could not make it out of that sectional.
Loaded sectional.
To use the soccer terminology, that would be the group of death every year.
Every year.
3 balls now.
And that's another place you talk about New Pal making some changes and additions to their facilities. They are always adding to the facilities at Carmel.
Yeah, the school construction business is pretty good these days.
Yes.
Pozovac can be selective here. And ball 4. So 2 walks, 4 singles so far. And now Miles Williams will step to the plate.
Ninth hitter of the inning, I believe. Yep.
Ground ball, second baseman, diving effort. Can he make the throw? Yes, did he get him? Absolutely. Great play by the second baseman for the attack. That is Keegan Sherman. That likely save a run or two for the attack. But after one inning of play, it's Titans 3, attack nothing. We'll show you this web gem going to break. You're watching the 2023 Greater Lafayette World Series here on the ISC Sports Network.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Oh, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. Six of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello. Did it again. Hello. Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello.
There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow.
This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Let's thank our tremendous ISC Sports Network crew. Most of our guys were working an event last night and made their way to beautiful Cass County to be here for the next couple of days for the Greater Lafayette World Series. Thanks to Rob Lynch, Charlie Hammock, Eldon Wheeler, David Kahn, Vince Morales, and the rest of our ISC Sports Network team. I am thrilled to be working with Rob Brown all day today. His father, a very proud alumnus of Logansport High School.
Class of 1960, graduated from a building that no longer stands.
The original Berry Bowl.
Yeah, correct.
The current Berry Bowl, I think, was 74, 75. First year of that building, somewhere in that vicinity.
73, 74, I think, is when they built this current high school.
It's one of the meccas of Indiana high school basketball for sure.
No question.
You were here with place seats, what, about 4,800 or so at the Berry Bowl? There was at least 6,000 in the building.
It was a fire marshal situation.
When Flory and Kokomo were here to play Fort Wayne Northside?
Yes, it was a fire marshal situation. Thank goodness the Noblesville crowd left after the first game.
Woodward skies this one. Center fielder barely has to move. Catch is made. That's Pozovac that makes it, and there's one down. Well, solid contact so far for the attack, but they've been hitting Adam balls, as in right at him. One down.
1973, by the way, was when the current high school opened.
Here's Josh Ryle, the first baseman.
I believe the property where the former high school stood is now a grocery store down the street.
Listen, a little outside, 2-0 the count. Well, in this group, you kind of have a mixture of kids that have played varsity baseball for a couple of years or two. You know, some young men maybe are trying to kind of crack through to the varsity before their senior year.
Some of that depending upon the program.
Sure.
Some
Ryle,
programs harder to break through than others.
at the plate, plays at Warsaw High School. And takes a 4-pitch walk. So first base runner for the attack is on a free pass by Thorpe. Now Keegan Sherman, who made that spectacular play at second base, will come to the plate for the first time today. Sherman also attends Warsaw High School. That's where this travel program is based. Tigers went 15-13-1 this past season. Popped him up. That'll reach the seats. Catcher will give chase, but that's just off to our right. The count at 1-1. This game had a first pitch of just after 1 o'clock.
1:03 official start time. We needed the press box PA to give us that official.
Tails out of the zone. Count 2-1. And the teams that are playing in this game hope they have 2 more games over the course of the weekend. Back here playing in the championship game tomorrow at 11:15 that we'll have for you on ISC. I am thrilled to be joined for that one by a man that just retired after 30 years of coaching, primarily at the Division I level. Dave Schrag, the former head coach of the Butler Bulldogs. This one smacked left field. Thorpe looks up, headed towards the wall. That ball is gone. It is a 2-run blast by Sherman, and it's now 3-2 in favor of the Titans.
Well, Sherman makes a great play to get his team out of the inning in the previous half inning, and then he just hit a ball that just kept carrying and carrying out toward the flagpole and straight away left field.
There is a minimal amount of wind today. Not affected by the breeze or supported by it. That's just one where he's able to extend the hands and watch that one go. And if we were doing a how far did it fly, I'd say that went about 360, somewhere in that range.
I think that's about right.
Which is good enough to deposit that one on the other side of the fence. So 3-2. Here's Logan O'Malley. O'Malley is the shortstop for the attack. And again, this is against a pitcher who played at a very high level of baseball. From a high school perspective, they had an ERA that was sub-2 this year. This one lifted, shortstop able to make the play. That's Wolf, and there's 2 down. So now J.W. McCleary. McCleary is the right fielder. Waves at the off-speed pitch. 0-1 the count. That time was kind of a diving fastball that he couldn't keep up with. Backdoor fastball got him. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. With the attacker on the board on one big swing by Keegan Sherman. It is now 3-2 in favor of the Titans as you're watching on ISC.
Has it, leaps ahead, still on his feet. Stevens lunges.
Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County.
Unbelievable!
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
Said that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
McCulling in time.
Oh, no!
It's good.
This one is caught!
There you
oh,
go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
That in the
Oh!
Wrestler!
Whoa!
Alongside Rob Brown, Greg Rakestraw with you here on the ISC Sports Network. 3-2 in the home half of the second. Titans will send batters 10, 1, and 2. And that fan does not care about scoring decisions or home runs or big flies. Just enjoys a wonderful day at the yard.
That looks like my dog. How did my dog get here?
It is not your dog, just as a heads up.
Unless she was hiding in the back seat on the way up.
And your dog's name is?
Peach. Peach because she is peach colored.
Oh, that kind of looks like that's an appropriate name.
Yep.
So here's Anderson. Anderson, the only batter that did not come to the plate for the Indy Titans squad. Anderson also attends New Pal High School. And that misses a little high.
We were talking about New Pal Athletics earlier. I know a really good mutual friend of both of ours, Brian Murphy, the new athletic director at New Pal, moving over from Southport. So congrats to our guy Murph on his new spot.
You go from one tremendous athletic director to another. Al Cooper retires from New Pal.
Yes.
A member of the University of Indianapolis Athletics Hall of Fame, Al Cooper.
And a great athletic director.
Yep. And you go from one great one to another one. Look forward to seeing Murph over at New Pal. Anderson with the bunt. Binkley fields it, fires, and the throw is wide. Let's hope Anderson is all right. He'll stay right there. And again, that's just defender, runner, and ball all got to the same spot, same time. They'll give a courtesy runner for Anderson, as he's the catcher. Make sure that he is all right. Courtesy runner comes in. I think that's Platt that comes in to replace him.
I think you score that an error.
I would too.
Looking at that replay, if that throws on the bag, he's out by a step. So that'll go in as an E1.
So leadoff man's been aboard in both innings now for the Titans. In for a strike. Parker, a bunt base hit last time. And Parker attends Westfield High School. That one behind the head of Parker. Parker says the Cubs his favorite team. I'm assuming Parker has a bit of a sense of humor. He says Bartolo Colon is his favorite player.
I can get behind that. That's all right. That's all right.
Count it 1-1. Pops the mitt for a strike. 1-2 the count.
Bartolo Colon was in the big leagues longer than young Mr. Parker's been
For
alive.
a long time, yes. Curveball, swing and a miss. Yeah, Parker saw that thing break and knew he could do nothing about it. Second strikeout for Caden Binkley, and there's one down. So here's Thorpe. It's the plate now. Thorpe, a single towards right field, would be replaced by a courtesy runner as the pitcher in today's game. Looks like the sun is trying to fight through these clouds here at just past 1:30.
Did not anticipate that.
Unfortunately, the forecast for tomorrow is not for sun or clouds, but smoke.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Next round of the Canadian wildfire smoke supposed to be through this way tomorrow.
A little hazy tomorrow.
Yep. Fouled straight back, and as you can tell, towards our crowd microphone.
Which was successfully replaced prior to airtime, so we know it works.
Four hits, 3 runs, 2 walks in the opening inning for the Indy Titans squad. And one of the many Indy Titans teams playing in this tournament. Very successful travel ball organization, again, based on the north side of Indianapolis. Thorpe ropes this one left field for a base hit. Left fielder quickly over. Station to station baseball. 5th base hit for the Titans, all have been of the single variety. And there's 2 on with 1 down.
Boy, great piece of hitting by Thorpe to sit back and wait on that off-speed pitch.
Chapman comes back out to replace him at first base. So here's Patel. Patel walked and scored his last time up. Lifts this one right field, gets down for a base hit. Again, they'll hold runners at second and third. The bases are loaded now for a second consecutive inning. Just a good, solid piece of hitting there. Here comes Silva. Silva had a good at bat last time. Just got fooled on a breaking ball. Struck out with the bases loaded. That dives in there for a strike.
That was after he fouled off 3 pitches on 3-2. 3 straight fastballs on 3-2.
Lifts this one. Shallow center. Shortstop couldn't make the play. Now, there may be a force out at a bag. They don't get the ball to third base in time. Nobody else advances. So everybody's safe, and it's 4-2. Now, hang on a second. No. Catcher's interference is what's going to be called. So now, did the runners have to go back? I think so. So if you heard on that swing something sounded a little bit odd.
A second thud?
A second thud. Catcher's interference, I think, is what's being called here. So because the home plate umpire is pointing to the first base and saying there's an out, I would assume so, unless it's they're going to call infield fly on that. I thought it sounded like it might have been catcher's interference because it sounded funny coming off the bat. But I think what they're saying is infield fly. So the runner is out at first base. Did you get the catcher's mitt or not? No, he was clear of that. So it wasn't that. That was my ears telling me something wrong. I apologize. So it wasn't catcher's interference. But they will say that that was infield fly, and I would disagree with that being kind of the definition of an infield fly.
Okay, so the run scores.
So the run counts, but the runner is out at first
Silva
base.
is out.
Yep, because you can run at your own risk. So runners at second and third, but there is an out. So it's 4-2. And normally for infield fly to be called, it has to be a towering pop-up. In other words, one that is unquestionably going to be caught.
Right, not a humpback bloop to the back of the infield.
Correct. That misses. 1-1 the count.
How does that get scored? Is it 6 unassisted since
Great.
the shortstop was in the vicinity?
Great question. And the answer is I have no idea.
I'd be my guess, if I had to guess. The shortstop O'Malley was the clearest defender to that play.
Thorpe sends this one foul. Thorpe reached his last time up. And will be stranded at third. Had an RBI. He offered. He's tagged. And that's the end of the inning. So with that, 1 run scores for the Titans. It could have been more. 4-2 through 2. They lead the attack as you're watching Greater Lafayette World Series here on the ISC Sports Network.
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left. Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it. That's the finish.
You get a layup, take it, and an and one.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
To the top of the third we go. It's the Indy Titans Anderson 4. Attack baseball based out of Warsaw 2. 17U game here at the Greater Lafayette World Series. We thank you for joining us on the ISC Sports Network alongside Rob Brown. My name is Greg Rakestraw. Thanks for making us a part of your Saturday afternoon. It's the first of 4 games we have for you. this afternoon here from Jim Turner Field in Logansport. Logansport is the current record holder in terms of consecutive baseball sectionals won. Between 1973 and 1993, they did not lose a single sectional baseball game.
That is phenomenal, as is the fact that they won 3 state titles in a 5-year span in a single class era. 75, 77, 79 state titles.
In other words, they take their baseball pretty seriously.
Yes.
So here's Binkley, the pitcher. This is his first at bat. Thorpe fires in a fastball at the knees for a strike.
And because you and I, Greg, and I say this lovingly, are sports minutia nerds.
Yes.
I did look it up during the break, and the infield fly is scored 6 unassisted because the shortstop was closest to that put out.
Counted 0-2. Chased the shoulder high fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts going to the end of the inning for Thorpe. He's got 2 of those now. So here's Kripe. Kripe, a young man that plays at Whitko High School. Whitko Wildcats went 18-7 this past season. Couldn't stop the swing on that one. I'll reiterate this. He is facing a kid that's probably the ace of New Pal's staff next year. One kind of dove in at Kripe, did a good job of swinging and at least getting a piece of that one.
You have a better head for these sorts of things than I. Whitco's, is that a 2A program?
I kind of think they alternate 2A, 3A, basically.
They'd be on that border?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Excuse me, swing here. Kripe hit .328 for Whitko. Had 14 runs batted in. Curveball up the middle. Thorpe could not get it. Shortstop diving effort, not there in time. Base hit for the leadoff man in Kripe. So 1 on and 1 out. Max Platt will follow him to the dish.
We'll see if the leadoff runner, they put Kripe in motion. Not seeing an attempted steal yet in this game for either team.
To answer your question, Whit goes in 2A.
Okay. Do they go Wildcat with a K up there?
Wildcat with a C.
With a C, okay.
Only teams that change their nicknames to add a K in there, Kokomo.
Kokomo, right.
And Kankakee Valley Cougars with a K.
Oh, okay, there you go. I thought with the Whitco with the K, they might throw the K in there
Certainly
as well.
a potential.
For the symmetry. Of course, I knew about Kokomo. I did not know that Kankakee, though, went Cougars with a K. That's a Kankakee Valley. That's a new one.
So Max Platt also from Whitko High School. Batted .358 this season. Pops it straight up. Heading back towards the ISC van.
And our shot there from center field, I almost expected to see the fishing net on the hook come out the window.
Our guys are busy. They got stuff to do.
They're great at multitasking, though.
This is quite true. Sizable lead for Kripe over at first. This one, right center field. Gets down for a base hit. Throw goes up the line at third, but good job by Thorpe, the pitcher, to be in the vicinity, so the runner would not advance. But back-to-back base hits for the 1 and 2 hitters for the attack.
A little more patience second time through from these first 2 hitters. And it's resulted in 2 straight base hits.
Yeah, the 2 runs last inning were all because of a walk and a home run. Ethan Medina will come to the plate. He hit one hard to the shortstop as well his last time up. Medina, the left fielder.
One of two left-hand hitters in this lineup for the Attack.
Catcher and Jet Woodward is on deck. Ground ball, could be 2, 4, 6. Can they pick it? No, Patel could not, and because the ball got away, heads up move by Kripe to hustle down the line and score it. So it is a fielder's choice and a run scored on an error to make it 4-3.
Kripe got a good jump on that ball. As you mentioned, heads up base running. He makes the turn and never loses track of it. Once he saw it loose, he was easily home. Where do you go with that error, though?
Maybe not an error, maybe just a running decision.
Just a fielder's choice,
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's a good call.
Swing and a miss by Woodward. Although Patel, every first baseman will tell you I should pick that ball.
Yes, especially on turf, where you know you're going to get a true hop.
So Woodward hit it hard, but hit at the center fielder his last time up. Good job by Anderson to slide over and block that one.
You played a little first in your day, did you not?
That was my spot, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, because you said that statement with a first-person confidence. For those that didn't pick up on that, that subtlety there.
That was where my speed and arm dictated I played on a baseball field, was first base.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Ball got away from the catcher. That'll be a free 90 feet for Medina. So runner in scoring position now with 2 down. That is the tying runner. And again, we are playing 7 innings in this game, or we'll play to a 2-hour time limit.
About 47 minutes in by my count.
Yep, we're kind of playing neck and neck with those two right now. Next game will be a 15U game. Played at 3:15. Swing and a miss. Count it 2-2. So 5 batters come to the plate each of the last 2 innings for this Attack squad.
Is it odd to be watching a game without a pitch clock? I've gotten used to it.
Right. I appreciate it, that's for sure. Ground ball. Third baseman couldn't pick it. Silva wisely just goes, all right, I got no play at first. Quickly look back at third, so the inning will continue.
And that's got to be an infield hit. That was a tough play.
Courtesy runner coming in here. Hazelwood. Coming to run for Woodward so we can get the gear on. Now Ryle, who walked and then scored on the 2-run blast by Sherman. Smacks this one, left center field. Center fielder giving chase. That will be up and over the wall, and that fact that it bounced over the wall is going to be important because that will hold Hazelwood at third. Means we are tied at 4. And runners at second and third.
Oh, and the third base coach is more than a little frustrated with that bounce that his team got because he knew that his team had a 5-4 lead if that thing stays in the park.
So a ground rule double. Second extra base hit so far for the Attack. None of those yet for the Titans. A little conversation will take place here at the mound. As both teams have made plenty of contact, but for the Attack, it's been of the very solid variety the entirety of this game.
Even when they went 1-2-3 in the first, those were some hard-hit balls.
Yep. And the player due up is the young man that just left the building. So meeting has come to an end. There's a conversation taking place between the runner that just scored and Medina and our home plate umpire. Pretty civil conversation, but
lengthy.
Yeah. While the meeting at the mound was taking place, there was kind of a second conversation that was going on. Just off the corner. Count at 1-0.
Everyone at all levels has an oven mitt now when they run the bases.
Right. Count at 1-1. This is now batter number 7 in the lineup here for the Attack. Good job by Anderson to stay in front of that one. No advance. And this is a quarterfinal game. You know, pool play games can end in ties. Obviously, this one can't. Winner has one more game to play later this afternoon at Loeb. Loser, their weekend is done. Swing and a miss. Got him tied up in knots. Right on the hands, 2-2.
That's the old adage of changing the hitter's eye level. Brought one up high.
Time is granted. O'Malley awaits on deck if it gets to him. Full count. You do have a base to work with here. Missed it hard. So bases loaded.
Yeah, after Sherman took him deep, I didn't think he was going to give him anything to hit there with 2 runners in scoring position and a base open.
So Malley lifted one to the shortstop his previous time up. Sprays that one foul. Starting to see some blue sky now in the mix with these clouds here. Infield back all the way around with 2 outs in the inning. Good discipline by O'Malley. That one tailed in and out of the zone. And the count now 1-1. This one smacked into left center field for a base hit. 2 runs will score. The Attack will take a 6-4 lead. Good piece of hitting by O'Malley.
We sat back and waited on it, lined it right over the shortstop. It's now a 4-run inning for the Attack.
They were down 3-0 after 1 inning of play. They have wrestled away the lead. Cleary struck out looking to end the second as the attack bat around here in the third. Count it 1-0. Two and 0 the count. Second baseman. Just keeping the runner and Sherman honest.
Little cat and mouse there down at second base.
Fastball misses high, and Thorpe in danger of giving up a 4-pitch walk and then seeing Binkley for a second time in the inning. And there it is.
And you wonder how much of that was Thorpe being distracted by what was going on at second base.
Anderson will go out and talk to his pitcher. Yeah, this was an inning where if the attack can turn that double play, there's no runs that score in the inning. And since that moment, the next 5 batters have all reached for this attack squad. So Binkley struck out on 3 pitches, including chasing a fastball that was about shoulder high his previous plate appearance, trying to avoid making both the first and third outs of an inning. So far, he's 0 for 4 in terms of swings. Counted 0-1. Bell tie for a strike, counted 0-2. Binkley began this inning trailing by 2 runs. Now as a starting pitcher, he is staked to a 2-run lead. Trying to do what he can to make that more, if possible, here. Able to lay off of that one. Ball got away from the catcher. Hustling down the third base line, and runner will score. So Sherman adds that lead to make it 7-4. And everybody advances behind the play as well.
It's got to be a pass ball coming off the catcher's glove. 5th run of the inning.
The attack coming in as the 5 seed. The Titans as the 4. Close, thought he had it. Didn't get the call. 2-2 the count. And the winner of this game will take on the other Titans 17U team that is the number 1 seed in the bracket. Well, Thorpe thought he's had the last 2 pitches, didn't get either one of them. Got that one. Binkley swings through and misses, and the inning is over. So the inning began with a strikeout of Binkley. It ends with a strikeout of Binkley, but in between, 5 runs score. And the attack now lead at 7-4 through 2.5 at the Greater Lafayette World Series.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello! Did it again. Hello! Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello! There we go.
Still Jones throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow.
This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Has it, leaps the man, still on his feet. Stevens lunges.
Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County.
Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
Said that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
And back to Logansport on this Saturday afternoon. Thanks for joining us on the ISC Sports Network. Indy Titans now trail for the first time today by a score of 7-4. Binkley on for his third inning of work for the attack. He'll face Deering, Wolf, and Pozovac. A trio of batters due up this time for the Indy Titans Anderson squad. This game exactly 1 hour old. We'll play to a 2-hour time limit. And our next game is scheduled for the 15U competition. It's scheduled to be a 3:15 first pitch.
That's our only pool play game of the afternoon, I believe.
Yep. So Deering a fly ball to right field his last time up. We thought that was going to be enough to score a runner from third. It did not. First baseman playing inside the bag in case Deering thinks about putting one down. Seen a couple of tries at bunt base hits. And have both been successful because a single and an error off of those two. Swinging away that time and tops one foul. 1-1 the count. Beautiful bender in there that time by Binkley. And the count goes to 1-2.
Nice pitch. Some activity down in the Titans bullpen. You see a new pitcher here at the top of the fourth.
So the count at 1-2. That is Chapman that is loosening in the pen.
Well, your eyes are better than mine. That's a long way down there.
Well, my binoculars do me a whole lot of good in the car. 2-2 the count.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Outfielder shallow in right field for Deering. That was a foul ball that then rattled the cage of Woodward.
Right off the forehead.
Deering, the number 6 batter in the lineup for this Indy Titans squad. Got an accurate stitch count on that one, and it's now 3-2. Deering attends New Pal. Says the Cubs his favorite team, but Ellie De La Cruz now his favorite player. And ball 4.
I can get behind that.
Looking forward to go watching him in action for the first time. I'm heading down to Cincy for the Thursday matinee against the Giants.
I will be there on Monday night myself.
So here's Wolf. Wolf single got an RBI his last time up.
That will be my first trip down for the year.
Same. Wolf says the Reds his favorite team and Matt McClain his favorite player.
Also a good choice.
Last two players we've talked about their favorites. Neither of them were on the big league roster to start the year.
That's correct.
tastes can change quickly. Fastball poured in for a strike. About as much oomph as Binkley has had behind one so far today. Smacked into right center field. That one might go for a while. Could be two. Will score a run. Wolf heads to second. This might be three. Makes the turn, and he will have himself a stand-up triple.
Well, with the artificial surface, the ball's going to roll the fence if it splits the defenders, and that one did. It makes it a one-run game.
First extra base hit for the Titans today. First triple for either side today. And Pozovac now will come to the plate.
Should say a two-run game.
Pozovac walked his previous plate appearance. Off the end of the bat, that'll be a foul ball. A run now in each half of the inning so far for this Indy Titans squad. In for a strike. When chasing on that one, they'll have to throw to first to complete the out. Woodward does so and then immediately drops back to home plate. Well done by him. So first out of the inning. Binkley's now got 3 strikeouts. Runner stays at third, one down. Here's Miles Williams. Now it's interesting. Miles, when asked about his high school, listed as TBD. Perhaps the reason why he says hometown, Lansing, Michigan. So perhaps a young man that has moved to the Indianapolis
moved
area.
into town. Not sure where he's going to enroll yet. He's got a little time to do that.
So free agent currently.
Yep. In the portal, as it were.
Fastball poured in for a strike.
Well, the activity in the Titans bullpen has ceased, but now activity down in the attack bullpen. That's Danny Morrow, number 7, down there throwing in the bullpen. I think that's his last name.
They're going to be a play at the plate. Binkley throws it. Ball hasn't touched the plate yet. Now he's safe. Yep. On the contact, Wolf dislodged the ball from Woodward. It was a matter of simply could he get past the catcher and touch home plate. It's now 7-6. So fielder's choice and an RBI for Williams. And as you can see from our camera shot from Eldon Wheeler, Woodward again, that's such a bang-bang play. Is in such a hurry to tag Wolf.
Yep. He's thinking about catching it and thinking about where he's going to tag him. All that being processed simultaneously.
And frankly, Binkley threw it where you're supposed to. Throw it low. You know what you're throwing to the tag. You're throwing so he can sweep it and tag the man coming in. So it's back to a one-run game. So here's Anderson, reached on an error. His spot would score last inning. One and one the count. And trying to bunt his way on is Anderson.
Don't see the catcher lay one down very often.
Two-strike count. Williams away from first. Certainly has drawn Binkley's attention. Batter asks for time and will get it. Outfield play on the number 10 hitter to pull, at least in center. More shallow and right as per usual. Off speed, misses the zone. The count now at 2-2. Third baseman throws it. First baseman couldn't pick it. Everybody's safe. Runner will advance to third, and Williams. So an error on the play. Keeps the inning alive. Well, with one out, the inning would have stayed alive regardless. Anderson, the benefactor of an error for a second consecutive at bat.
That's an E5.
It looks like a pitching change going to be coming in here for the attack. So Danny Marlowe will be coming in to be the new pitcher in this game. Binkley is done after 2 1/3 innings and after facing 20 batters. Let's take this quick timeout. 7-6 is the lead. The attack in front here in the home half of the third. This 17U quarterfinal at the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
McCulley in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you
go.
go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my
Goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left. Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it. Oh! Oh! That's the finish. Oh!
You get a layup taken and an and one.
Fly ball. Out of here.
So Danny Marlowe is the new pitcher in this game for the attack baseball team. He'll face the leadoff man and Cade Parker.
A little bit of a sidearm, kind of three-quarter motion.
There is basically a spot now in every bullpen for one of those players.
Yes.
Look at my buddy E.J. White, son of Eddie White of Indiana Pacers radio fame. His wife Angela, the head coach for Buff for soccer.
Is he a sidearmer?
And he is the sidearm closer for the University of Indianapolis, who played in the Division II World Series this year.
Had a phenomenal season. Phenomenal. Late run, unexpected.
They were a team that got off to a great start, did Indy, in their non-conference play. That happened to play basically the other three top teams in their league to start conference action and started 2-10. And basically had to win out in conference play just to get to the conference finals. They did.
Right.
They were the last team into the tournament in their regional and then won it. Here's Parker. Parker reached back in the first on a single, on a bunt base hit, and struck out his next time through against Binkley.
Marlowe, the new pitcher out of Rensselaer Central, by the way.
Bombers went 7-12 this past year, and time is called as Marlowe stopped his delivery. So give Parker a chance to talk to the third base coach a little bit.
So Binkley allowed 7 hits, struck out 4, walked 3 in his 2 1/3. Still on the hook for the 2 runners aboard.
We have not seen a runner try to steal a base just yet in this game.
I thought we were going to see Kripe go the last half inning for the attack. But he did not.
That one came out from about the ankles of the pitcher. That was Quisenberry level where that ball came out from.
Who may or may not have been one of my answers on the grid today.
I'm going to say, I'm literally just thinking, hey!
You might be onto something.
ImmaculateGrid.com, if you don't know what
Yes.
we're talking about, by the way. It's the latest and greatest time kill for sports fans out there.
Tremendous. Tremendous.
It is the Wordle/Worldle level for me of
Yes.
something you do every day to
That's how
start your day.
Warm my brain up in the morning.
I literally said that same exact thought. There it is! And it's one of the squares.
Yep, that was one of my squares today.
Count at 3-0. I know what I'll be doing between innings now. Runners at first and third. Marlowe in danger of walking the bases loaded. Taken all the way, which is why Parker was showing bunt. Count now 3-1. See some of the parents on the Triple Crown Threat team is here getting ready for the next game, which is scheduled to start at 3:15. Parker does attempt to bunt that one and fouls it away. And a count of 3-2. There are 6 games set to be played here today. We are broadcasting games 3 through 6 of that group. So this is the first of our quadruple header. You send the runner from first here. The answer is no. Ground ball, foul. And that diving ball and the foul ball that Parker took that off his own leg.
You're counting on Parker to put something up, put the bat on the ball and get some contact right off the front foot. Right off the front toe. That foul ball.
Parker given a moment to proverbially rub some dirt on it, which is literally impossible on this turf field.
Maybe some of those fill pebbles.
The grounds crew is out with a rake to collect some pebbles.
Raking the fill pebbles between games.
Yep. That ball is another foul ball. In my first experience, obviously we've seen, AstroTurf with like dirt cutouts, over the years.
Sure.
And Major League Baseball back in the day. But my first experience of this is this kind of revolution started about 10 years or so ago in terms of turfing baseball fields. I remember seeing the grounds crew at Kaufman, same at IU, was a couple of guys with brooms. Lifted. Center fielder racing in, can't get there in time. He could have a play at second, but couldn't turn it in time. Hustling down the line from third to score is Williams, and we have ourselves a tie game at 7-7.
Parker fouled off 3 different pitches, a couple bunts in that at bat. Gets a bloop hit to tie the game.
So here comes Thorpe with a chance to help his cause, potentially put his team back in front. He has singled twice so far, has the new Pal Dragon.
I think one of the first, at least in central Indiana, one of the first high schools, if not the first, to have the baseball turf field was Chittard.
Correct. You know the story as to why that's the case?
Not exactly. Lay it on me.
Okay. Tries to put the bunt down, foul. So the money that was put together to build Alexander Field at Purdue,
yes,
there's a tie from that family to Chittard as well.
Dave Alexander, a Bishop Chittard alum.
So when the folks at Purdue said, hey, we kind of grow grass for a major here, like seriously, we're going to have a grass field, the budget that it was allotted for a turf field at Purdue went to Chittard High School.
Yep. Coach Alexander's alma mater.
Just missed the outside corner, 1-1 the count. And so much like this facility where I have witnessed small college games played here, There are actually usually some D1 games at Chittard early in the year for places like a Ball State or a Butler, et cetera, that normally have a grass field. Know that Manchester has played a few games at Chittard early in the season over the years.
And congrats to our buddy Mike Harmon, the baseball coach at Bishop Chittard. They had a great run. First trip to the semi-state, I believe, in school history. Or since the 70s. Since the 70s.
Beaten by Silver Creek, who would go on to win the 3A championship this year. Thorpe, he went 2-2 the count. Mike is also the associate AD at Bishop Chittard High School.
Yeah, I think that was their first trip to the semi-state since the 70s and the first one in his 20-plus years as the head coach.
Second baseman holding the man on just to keep him honest at second. Again, this one lifted. First baseman Ryle makes the play. Then good job for him to look over at second to make sure there's no advance. Thorpe retired for the first time today, and there's 2 down. So now Patel with a chance to put the Titans back in front. Walked and scored back in the first. Singled his last plate appearance.
These two teams have combined for 8 runs in this 3rd inning, which is all but assuring that we're going to get time ruled here.
Smacks this one, right field, base hit. They're going to wave the runner around third. First baseman throws home. Woodward tags him on time, got him. 9-3-2 on the putout. Perfect example why you hit the cutoff man who then makes the throw. Patel gets a single, does not get an RBI. We'll show you the tag to break. We're tied at 7 on ISC.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello. Did it again. Hello. Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello. There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
So tied at 7. Catcher gets the gear on a little bit late. More of the Titans. Looks like Silva's going to come in and catch, actually. So he'll move from third. Parker's going to move from right field to third base here in the top of the 4th. And Anderson, the catcher, will go out and play a little right field. I think that's also part of the experience of travel baseball as well. Get a chance to play some different positions.
I think those are the only changes. I think you cut all those.
Well, you look down and like, well, catcher's a little bit bigger than he was before in Anderson. Of course, the largest catcher I've had a chance to cover in my days of doing play-by-play at various levels of baseball. Remember Coy Cronk that played at both IU and Iowa?
Oh, my gosh,
and
yes.
then got a little time in the National Football League.
Yes.
Well, Coy at Central Catholic was a phenomenal baseball player in addition to being a tremendous football player. So Coy would catch, and he was about 6'5", 275, 280. And it was funny to see how the home plate umpire had to move where he would normally have a view of the strike zone and go, I can't see that here. Let me kind of go side saddle and see what I can do to have a catcher of that size behind home plate. Count as 1-1.
I called a few basketball games that he played in. He set some pretty impressive back screens at the elbow.
Count goes to 1-2. So here's Kripe, the leadoff man, who singled his last time up. This is the 3rd trip through the attack lineup here in the top of the 4th. And swings over top of this one and misses. That is the 4th strikeout authored by Thorpe. And there's one away. So here's Platt. Platt also singled his last time up, was thrown out at second on a ground ball that nearly turned 2 to end the inning. Instead, 5 runs were scored by the attack. Little high, 1-0 the count. This one fouled, and there's good amount of room in foul territory until you get about halfway between the first and third base lines and the poles, and then it quickly goes away. Platt swings in this one and rolling foul. Count it 1-2 now. Platt a ground ball to shortstop his first time up. And a direct ticket to the dugout after that swing. Back-to-back Ks, 3 if you go back to the last inning. And there's 2 away.
Well, Thorpe is settled in here after giving up 5 runs in the top of the third, making quick work of the first 2 hitters here.
Here, Medina, who reached on that fielder's choice and would come around to score. They'll ask. They say he went. 0-1 the count. The count levels at a ball and a strike. More blue skies than clouds for the first time today. I kind of went the more rural route to get to Logansport from, I was in downtown Indy this morning, doing Soccer Saturday on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Yes.
So I'm just like automatically, okay, I'm going to go I-65 and hit the now Hoosier Heartland Highway, exit 175, State Road 25 in Lafayette.
Okay.
So I'll check Google Maps just to see, and it said, no, you should turn right on the second Zionsville exit. Take some county roads, go up 421, and Medina, don't give that bat up just yet. Count runs full 3.
Yeah, it's the old Michigan Road.
Correct.
That's the way we used to come up here when I was a kid.
And the corn looks phenomenal.
Yep. That's the way we used to come up
On
from Southport.
421 and State Road 29.
Yep, we'd come up 421 when I was a kid.
Now Medina can make the walk. So he reaches for a second consecutive at bat. Got
I
to go
came
through
up the 31 to 35 route.
which is the way I'm going home.
Through Galveston.
Yep.
That's the way I came up. That's a scenic route, though, the way you came.
Got to see some major metropoli on the way here. Kirkland,
Yep.
Michigan Town, Burlington. I missed my favorite, though.
Which is?
No Young America. Throw over to
Yes.
first base.
Yes.
Part of the Lewis Cass school system.
Yes.
It's more of a suburb of places like Galveston and Walton. Well, we're reaching an error his last time up and would come around to score. It's poured in for a strike. It's actually a little bird called Deer Creek that I drove through on the way here. And when I'm not in a hurry to be able to spend more quality time with you, I would have gotten out, taken a picture of the sign, and said, I found a place where they still call it Deer Creek.
Yes.
Count is 0-2. I'm going to Deer Creek in September for a show, in fact. As in not Deer Creek, Indiana, but Ruoff.
Right.
Now Rob is trying to figure out what band am I going to see in September.
Well, I'm trying to think
at
if
the
you and
artist formerly known as Deer Creek.
if you and I are going to be at the same show, because I am also going for the first time in well north of a decade. I'm not a big concert guy.
And who are you going to see?
Pearl Jam.
There you go. Counted 0-2. Good throw back, but Patel couldn't get the tag and play.
Take it you're in as well on that.
I am. Now, I will be on the radio until 7 o'clock that day. So there will be a very quick turnaround for me to be able to get to the show in time.
Okay, so the viewers know you and I will both be working the Colts game that day.
Correct.
My obligations,
you get to leave at about 4:30. Yeah.
My obligations end soon after
Woodward
final play.
swings to that and misses, and that was kind of a modern baseball inning. 3 strikeouts and a walk, but a 0 goes on the board for a second time today. 7 for the Titans, 7 for the attack. Titans the home team, bat when we come back. So you're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
Has it, leaps ahead, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
Said that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
The drive, the take, fouled, and it goes!
Lobbing it to the back of the end zone. They're going to say it's a touchdown.
Left foot gets through. Goal for Vargas. Hamilton will score! Silva, Henry Thorpe, and Nick Deering, 4, 5, and 6 coming up this time through. It is the Greater Lafayette World Series on the ISC Sports Network. And we have been around since the origin of this event. It has filled the void of what used to be the Colt World Series that was played at the original Loeb Stadium. We have...
Before they turned it.
Correct. We've done games from Old Loeb, New Loeb, Central Catholic in the pandemic year when there was no Loeb Stadium. Done games from Harrison over the years. This is our maiden voyage for baseball here at Logansport.
You and I were at McCutcheon last year.
Correct.
A rain abbreviated Saturday, as I recall.
Friday.
Was that Friday?
And you made the trip for one game.
I did.
I said, Rob, go home.
Enjoyed it nonetheless.
Here's Silva. His last time up was the infield pop fly call that was somewhat head scratching.
Infield fly rule.
Yep. Marlowe misses out of the zone on that one. Silva struck out looking back in the first. Began the game as the third baseman, now as the catcher. Ground ball. Shortstop charges. Again, gets the candy hop on the turf. Slings it over to Ryle at first base. And there's one down, and that is the first time in the game that the leadoff man has been retired for the Titans. So here's Thorpe. Thorpe 1 for 2. Singleton has an RBI from back in the first inning. And with the brothers Thorpe, you're always checking to see, okay, are we given the same answers?
Oh, good call.
Line drive, base hit. The answer to their favorite teams is yes, the Braves and the Cardinals, by the way.
Okay.
So Thorpe has a 2-hit afternoon. It's the second hit that Marlowe has, I think the third hit he's given up in 5 batters faced. So here's Deering.
With the gap between how good the Braves are and how good the second best team in the National League is vast.
And by second best team, you mean the Reds, right?
Yeah, whomever.
Of course.
Yes.
Well, they are America's team.
Yes.
Time is called.
But it is a huge gap.
Now, the Braves are ridiculously good. And, of course, their television voice is an Indiana native. Brandon
That's
Gaudin,
right.
his first year as the voice of the
that's
Atlanta
right.
Braves. The pride of Evansville and former voice of the Butler Bulldogs. Deering walked his last time up and scored. He flew out to right field the time before that. This one a little high. 1-0 the count. I'll throw behind the runner at first base, and if that throws on the first base side, or the, I should say the fair territory side of first base. They may have a play there.
Oh, boy. It's tight. That throws on the other side of the bag. They certainly had Thorpe leaning the wrong way.
Pops him up. That'll reach the seats. 2-1. Deering, a part of the New Pal team that won both the baseball sectional and the regional this past year. Of course, the baseball state championships 4 weeks ago. A beautiful Victory Field, which celebrated its 27th birthday on Tuesday. In the dirt, avoids Deering. Count now 3-1.
I know you did 2 of those 4 games. It doesn't seem like it was 4 weeks ago. It seemed like it was like 10 days ago.
Time flies. Father's Day weekend, always the close of the IHSA academic calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Foul ball on that frisbee-like curveball that Marlowe slung in there that time.
Yeah, he's got a mix of off-speed pitches, different release points from basically sternum height to knee height and every place in between.
Lifts this one. Left fielder has a beat on it. Makes the play. That's Medina in left. First time the ball has really kind of been lofted his way in the air today. And there's 2 down. So here's Wolf. Tripled to right center his previous plate appearance. Singled before that. He's got RBIs in both plate appearances today. Wolf trying to crack the lineup at Zionsville, which is not an easy task. I know you had the privilege of broadcasting a Zionsville baseball state championship game. You were
Boy, that was a top fiver for me.
You were doing that as the voice of the Roncalli then Rebels.
In terms of, you and I have had the privilege of doing a lot of great games in a lot of different places. That particular game is in my personal top 5.
So they were playing as Roncalli and Zionsville, and it was in the days of 1 game for a state final on a Friday night and then 3
Correct.
On the next day. Because of the proximity to Indianapolis, those 2 schools were picked to play the Friday night game. Roncalli won in 8 innings, 4-3. That was 7 years ago, 2016.
Zionsville, I believe, was ranked 5th in the country.
They had 8 Division I players on the team.
Yes.
Roncalli would have a future first-round pick on the team in Nick Schnell. They had numerous Division I players on that team, too.
Power 5 closer, and Michael McAveen was the starter in that game for Roncalli.
Count 2-1 here to Wolf. Not much of a lead from Thorpe away from first. Marlowe misses that one inside, 3-1 the count. And what I remember of the many things that I remember about that game, it's one of the few times that I looked at the attendance of a box score and said there were more people at the game than what the box score said. Box score listed 6,800 at Victory Field that night. And I've been around that park since day one. There were more people at Victory Field than 6,800 people.
It was pretty close to full, at least certainly the bottom portion, the lower deck.
So Wolf works the walk. First one of those issued by Marlowe. This is Pozovac's spot in the lineup, but Chapman is going to hit here for Pozovac. So we've seen Chapman as a pinch runner, but now Chapman will get a turn at bat today. Jackson Chapman attends Westfield High School. Are they going to bring Binkley back in the game to pitch against Chapman? So Binkley's going to come back on the mound, at least as of now. Or they're going to bring in, I think, Medina, I believe, from left. So Binkley's going to return to the game. Marlowe exits. I think it's Medina that's going to pitch. Yeah, so Binkley's going to head out to left, I believe will be the case. So we're going to have a pitching change here. So with that, let's step aside. We are tied at 7. Runners on first and second here in the bottom half of the 4th of this go or go home game in the 17U quarterfinals. It's the Greater Lafayette World Series, and you're watching on the ISC Sports Network. Fall means football, and on the ISC, we've got you covered all season long. Catch our broadcast live on television on Indy TV 23 and Comcast 81, as well as streaming on ISCSportsNetwork.com. With a subscription to ISC for only $4.99 a month, you get access to our entire library, viewable anytime, anywhere, on our website or on the ISC app. Don't miss a single broadcast. ISC Sports Network. Football lives here. The ISC Sports Network is your home for sports content across the Hoosier State. Find us live on TV and streaming or archived on our website and our app. The ISC is your one-stop shop for the content you want to see, including high school sports, college sports, and other great events throughout the year. Subscribe to our streaming service and get access to it all. ISC. Local lives here. So new pitcher is Ethan Medina. Marlowe officially gets credit for 1 inning. He faced 7 batters. Gave up 3 hits, 1 walk, retired 3 outs. So Medina, the lefty, inherits runners at first and second with 2 down. Titans have scored a run in every inning. And this one certainly appears headed for a time limit decision. And this one misses. It's the first lefty we have seen on the mound today. So new pitcher and new hitter here all in the same at bat. Pozovac in this spot struck out his last time through. That one stays off the plate. The count at 2-0. Miles Williams awaits on deck for the Titans. Off the end of the bat, second baseman. Charges will go the short way and get the out. And facing 1 batter, the threat ends for the Titans, and they put a 0 on the board for the first time. Through 4 innings of play, we are tied at 7 in this 17U quarterfinal. Back after this on ISC.
Your life is on the go. Now your viewing habits can be on the go. With the ISC Sports Network app, your team is at your fingertips. You can download years' worth of content from the ISC Sports Network library. High school, college, special events, weekly and monthly shows, wherever you find your favorite app. And you can always find out more information at ISCSportsNetwork.com.
3, 2, 1.
Has the first dunk in the building for Joya. Waits, Waddell finishes. And lays it in. There is right now the play of the game. Better finish. Good. We might see that on plays of the week. Great feed. The finish. Spin, win, 3. Bury it in the lane. No, gun, yes. Whoa, what a play. Flying in.
You know, normally the phrase is, the lights are on at this beautiful downtown ballpark. Well, the lights have been turned off.
They've been turned off.
At
That's
this
right.
beautiful downtown ballpark. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you. Here on the ISC Sports Network. 5, 6, and 7. Ryle, Sherman, and O'Malley. And this has been where the damage has been done for this attack squad. Yeah, the umbrellas are out not for rain, but for sunshine at this stage.
To your point, 5 of the 7 RBIs have come from these 3 hitters.
Ryle doubled his last time up. Sherman homered his first time through. But O'Malley knocked some runs in. Third baseman. Parker got a glove on it, but couldn't hang on to it. So the leadoff man is aboard. Here's Sherman, who Thorpe pitched around his last time at the plate. Doesn't have as much of that luxury with Ryle at first base. For a strike. And Thorpe was an all-conference selection in the HHC this past year. Hoosier Heritage Conference. There's the Hoosier Crossroads Conference, the Hoosier Heritage Conference, the Hoosier Heartland Conference, and
Yes.
this the Hoosier Conference.
Yes.
Yeah. There'll be a quiz later
And
on,
which
on all of
conference?
those.
Which conference is Logansport moving to?
They're moving to the Hoosier
The
Conference.
Hoosier Conference. Yes. Okay. After next year.
Correct. Count goes to 2-1. Which includes schools like West Lafayette, Hamilton Heights, Lewis Cass, Benton Central.
Northwestern, are they in that league?
And they're leaving the league.
Are they?
Swing and a miss. Pretty much every high school is just a gif of Homer Simpson's dad at this point.
Just circling in, hanging up the hat,
going right back out.
Right back out the
Yep.
door.
2-2. We made note of this in the last inning, that it was the first time the Titans did not get their leadoff man aboard. We should note that for the Attack, this is the first time they have gotten the leadoff man aboard.
It's impressive.
And yet they have scored 7 runs just the same. Full count here. Just missed. So without benefit of a base hit, both of the first 2 runners reach. Let's see if O'Malley might be asked to put one down here. Let's also see if there might be, going to be a pitching change.
Yep.
It's going to be it for Thorpe. There is a signal towards left field. Well, Thorpe's going to remain the pitcher, but it's going to be a different one that's going to be coming into pitch. Looks like Henry will be asked to trying to get the Titans out of the jam here. So again, with a pitching change, we'll step aside. Back in a matter of moments. We're tied at 7. It's our first of 4 today from the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you
oh,
go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I
feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
That is Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds remaining. Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it. That's the finish. You get a layup taken and an and one. Fly ball. Out of here.
So this is Henry Thorpe replacing Michael on the mound. Henry, too, got some action as a varsity pitcher this year for New Pal. And an ERA of 7 with a 1-2 record. He had 4 appearances and 11 innings thrown for the 23-10 Dragons this past year.
Left-hander.
He comes on with 2 outs, or 2 on and nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Again, we'll be bumping up against the time limit for this game in the not too distant future. So lefty versus lefty here. Logan O'Malley steps to the plate. Third baseman even with the bag. First baseman playing inside of the baselines in case O'Malley puts one down. Henry Thorpe slings that across the strike zone and misses. 1-0 the count. That's in for a strike. Patel ready in case a bunt is put down. Third baseman's got to stay a little close to the base path. The runner at second base. Fastball, top of the zone. 2-strike count now. So 1-2. Foul tip. Silva couldn't hang on to it. O'Malley gets a second opportunity. Popped up to the shortstop and then singled his second time through. Strike three.
Ooh, nice pitch.
Thorpe kept popping that outside corner. And there's one away. 6th strikeout today for Titans pitching. And here's McCleary. He walked his last time up. Struck out looking to end the second. High and in tight, 1-0 the count.
And we should note defensively for the Titans, they scrambled the deck on the left side of the field when Henry Thorpe came in from left field to pitch.
Yeah, Michael moved over from pitcher to third base.
He's actually playing shortstop.
Or shortstop.
And the shortstop, Wolf, is now
Yep.
playing third. And the third baseman, Parker, is now in left.
I think that's the third different position Parker has played so far.
Yes, that's correct.
That one just never clipped the front door of the strike zone. Stayed off the plate the entire time. 2-1 the count. Our next two teams are lined up and ready to go when the field is turned over to them. Poured in for a strike. 2-2 the count. And our next game will be in the 15U bracket. Swing and a miss. Now, this is impressive work being done by Henry. So here's Binkley, who exited the game, then re-entered in the bottom half of the 4th inning.
Was at third base when the inning ended defensively, the last half inning.
He has struck out twice. And he has an expansive strike zone in terms of both his overall height. And he has an even more expansive strike zone in terms of what he'll swing at. Because he has offered at several high ones in today's game. Like that one. 0-2 the count. Apparently he follows the motto of a league of their own. He likes the high ones.
Mm-hmm.
Does hold off of that one. Of course, that movie had filming done throughout southern Indiana back in 1991. Swing and a miss, and how about that? Thorpe comes in from left field and strikes out all three batters he faces in the inning. So we are tied at 7. Titans come to bat in the home half of the 5th when we return to Logansport. It's Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello.
Did it again.
Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello. There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Williams, Anderson, Parker, the trio due up. Medina faced one batter in the bottom of the 4th. He'll be given the ball to start inning number 5, this quarterfinal in the 17U division. It's the Attack 7, the Indy Titans, Anderson 7. Here on the ISC Sports Network. Coverage going on as we speak from Rossville as well. Announcers in that game better than the ones in this one.
i.e. the crickets behind the backstop.
Correct. There are no announcers in that game.
Running up against the time limit. This half inning beginning at about the hour 54 mark. So it's conceivable if the Titans were able to plate one here, that might be enough to put it in the books.
Medina just misses. Williams reached on a fielder's choice and scored. What is the tying run in the third inning? Both teams have put zeros on the board in the fourth, and no runs for the attack in the top of the fifth. Grazes the outside corner for a strike. Williams a ground ball to second. A tremendous diving effort was made by Sherman to end the first inning. Got fooled on that one. He was probably taking a 3-1 likely, but
yes,
he was kind of backing away on a fastball that was right down meridian. Same thing. Back-to-back fastballs that Williams wasn't sure about, but frankly, those are both easy pitches to call. There's one down. So Medina's retired the first two batters he's faced. Anderson has reached on a pair of errors so far, and he has been pinch ran for as with a courtesy runner when he was the catcher. He's now the right fielder, and he's now behind 0-1. A little bit low. Anderson got just a couple of appearances on the varsity at New Pal this past season. Sprays that foul. So he's trying to use this summer to give him a few more opportunities for Coach Lyons' squad in the spring. I was out for a New Pal game this year. They said, hey, we want to get you a fitted baseball cap. I said, good luck with that. What size do you need? Sputnik.
Bucket size, please.
An 8. They go, they make those? I said, yes, they do. That one kind of slipped out of Medina's hands. They count at 3-2. That was in April. I have yet to pick up my New Pal baseball hat, just so you know.
Did they get it for you?
Again, I'm
You're not optimistic by the tone of your voice.
Kind of like the limit in Mean Girls. It does not exist. Strike 3 called. Medina gets the inside corner. Back-to-back backwards Ks for the Titans. And now Parker will come to the plate.
Well, that was a knee buckler. Caught him right on the inside corner.
Parker has a pair of singles today. 1-0.
And as quickly as this half inning is going, may have time to.
We could be going to the 6th.
Start another half inning. Well, we have to play another inning just to break the tie because, as you've mentioned, this is a bracket game. The game cannot end in a tie. We have to have a definitive winner.
Yep, the pool play games can end in ties, and our next one is a pool play game. This one, somebody's got to advance. Parker trying to bunt one, makes an easy play for the first baseman. Riles got it, and we will move on to the 6th. We're tied at 7. As you're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
Leaps the man, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name. Wabash has the lead for the first time today. Said that was going to be a highlight reel. Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you
oh,
go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh my
goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
That is Wrestler! Wrestler!
Whoa!
See the ever-present Felix the Cat.
Felix is everywhere.
That is the Logansport mascot. And yes, that is the famous Felix the Cat. And yes, their nickname is the Berries. Happened to be vacationing in Key West about 5 years ago. And I had just been here for the regional in 2018. And there is an art gallery that has a significant Felix the Cat display in Key West. I said, I just saw that logo. I'm from Indiana. And he goes, Logansport, huh?
Absolutely.
So the dealer knew of which he was speaking.
You might need to get me that address off air, as I'll be going to Key West later on this year. Pick up a Felix piece for my dad.
U.S. Route 1.
Okay.
Right before it ends.
Okay. There we go. I'll write that down.
A few blocks from the southernmost point of the continental United States.
Okay. I know. Okay. I'm with you now.
So top of the lineup rolls back through for the attack. Kripe, a single and a run scored back in the 30, is 1 for 3. Thorpe has faced 3 batters and struck out all 3. And again, we are now more or less in extra innings. We have hit the time limit of this match, so you can turn the clock off at this juncture. Whoever has a lead at the end of this inning wins it, and if not, we'll go to the 7th. Kripe, a late decision to swing, couldn't catch up to it. Count goes to 2-1. Thorpe is working like he's still on the clock. Kripe taken all the way. That's in for a strike. 2-2 the count.
He is throwing strike. He's not wasting pitches. He is pounding the strike zone.
And Kripe lifts this one. Right fielder drifting over, has plenty of time on the lazy pop-up, having to fight a little sun. Catch is made, and there's one down. That's Anderson, who began the game as the catcher. First out in the field of play since Henry Thorpe replaced Michael Thorpe, and there's one down. So here's Platt, 1 for 3. Single ground ball and a strikeout. That one kind of tailed away. It's like a little screwball action that time from the left-hander. That one curved back in but stayed above the belt. And the count level at a ball and a strike. Two and one. 3-1. Thorpe merely taps his chest, says, my fault. Medina awaits on deck. And ball 4. It's the first walk that Thorpe has issued. Second time that Platt has reached. Medina worked a walk his last time up. This will be the first time he faces the lefty. Medina a run scored, and again, he is now the pitcher of record for the attack. Popped up. Third baseman's got it. That's Wolf. That is an infield can of corn right there, and there's 2 down.
I was about to say before that pitch was delivered, wondering if they would put Platt in motion, try and make something happen. And Medina was first pitch swinging.
Here's Jet Woodward. One of the 5 runners that would score in the top half of the 3rd for the attack. Struck out his last time up. Looking ahead for the Titans, 2, 3, and 4. Due up this time through. Henry Thorpe powers that in for a strike. Bit of a lazy breeze starting to come in.
First time we've seen any movement out of the flag in left center field.
Yep. Did have one home run in this game earlier. And tails away from the zone. Count goes to 2-1. Swing and a miss. Woodward is trying to place that ball somewhere near Winamac.
Yes,
with
he
that
was.
Swing. Winamac's that way, but for those that didn't get that. 2-2 the count. Runner goes. They'll throw down, and that one into center field. Runner, though, will stop. Center fielder was coming in. But that is the first stolen base of this game. Now you've got a potential go-ahead run in scoring position.
Yep, wonder if they would put that in motion, try and set that up, giving Woodward a chance here to break the tie with 2 outs.
So Woodward draws the walk, and again with 2 outs as the catcher, he has to go inside to get the gear on. So Marlowe will come in to run for him. So both runners are sitting on because of walks. Here's Ryle, who is yet to be retired as an out in today's game.
Woodward tossed his bat aside and hit his teammate in the on-deck circle.
Josh is pretty good. He's like, I'm awake now. I'm
Yeah.
good. Ryle is a sizable fellow. It would take a lot to harm him. Took a big old swing at that one and missed it. 0-1 the count. All the damage for the attack done in the second and third innings. This one will head towards the batting cages. Counted 0-2. Ground ball. Second baseman's got it. Lob tossed to short, and the inning is over. So the Titans can win it if they can score one in the bottom half of the sixth. We're tied at 7 as you're watching an ISC.
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds remaining.
Big players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
Has to finish.
You get a layup taken and an and one.
Fly ball.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Oh, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Michael Thorpe, Arjun Patel, and Gabriel Silva, the trio due up. One of those runs scores, the Indy Titans would advance on to the semifinal. They'd make the trip down the Hoosier Heartland Highway to get to Loeb Stadium in downtown Lafayette. Play that semifinal at 5:30. And the winners would play each other tomorrow here in our first game tomorrow. The 17U final is the first one from Logan tomorrow.
Yeah, what's the sequence tomorrow?
17U at the start, and then some combination of 14, 15, 16 after that.
Fair enough.
I know what the first one is.
At this point, that's really the crucial piece of information.
I know I need to be here at 11:15 tomorrow.
Yes.
That's what I know. This one, center field. Thorpe skies it. Center fielder's got it, and there's quickly one down. The 16U championship is the final one that gets played tomorrow.
All 4 games here at Logansport.
All
4 games
four
on
games,
ISC.
Correct.
I will be toggling back and forth between you and the coach and the Reds tomorrow.
That one steers out of the zone. 1-0 the count. The 15U championship, I think, is the 3:45 game tomorrow. Ground ball, that will get through for a base hit. How about Patel? He has reached all 4 plate appearances today. He thought he maybe had the go-ahead RBI back in the 3rd, but a great 9-3-2 cutoff play. Nabbed the 3rd out of the inning in the 3rd, and when it was what it is right now, 7-7.
Yeah, that kept the game tied.
And frankly, that is what has kept this game going to this point. So here is Silva, who was 0 for 3 today. Patel not exactly much of a lead. Lefty versus lefty here. And that one's below the knees.
After 8 combined runs in the 3rd inning, you would not have expected we'd play 2.5 innings plus without a run.
They'll step off here. Next game, Triple Crown threat against Clutch. That'll follow as soon as this one comes to an end. That misses 2-0 the count.
It's a 15U pool play game. Triple Crown 1-1 so far. Clutch 0-2.
Ground ball, foul ball. Our last 2 games of the day here at Logansport will be in the 14U division. Indy Titans 14U, Fishers Tigers 14U at 5:30. And then we still have a bracket winner to take on the Royals 14U at 7:45. Schedules changed as that one pulled foul by Silva because of rain this morning and some cancellations, and some of the consolation brackets unfortunately kind of go by the wayside in this scenario. So after this game, we'll see a 15U game and then a pair of 14U games to wrap up our day.
As you mentioned, we were in between one of the half innings. That the organizers had 2 great days of weather.
Yep.
Unencumbered, all games in Thursday and Friday, and today's the first day they've had to do some juggling due to the rain that came in this morning.
Silva watches that one go by for a ball. A walk is as good as a base hit here for the Indy Titans. Swing and a miss. There's 2 down. Second time that Silva's been a strikeout victim. How about the relief pitching from both these 2 sides today?
Pretty strong between Marlowe was effective to coming in initially for the attack. Now Medina. Henry Thorpe struck out the side when he came in the 5th for the Titans.
Thorpe has singled twice. Doesn't offer at that. It's by for a strike, and count is 0-1. Count at 1-1. If Thorpe can continue the inning, then Deering awaits on deck for the Titans. Off speed, pulled the string on that one. And the count goes to 1-2.
Medina gets the ball back from the catcher. He comes all the way down to the front of the mound, walks all the way to the back of the mound before he comes back up and gets set.
This one's smashed, but, however, the second baseman didn't have the ball. He thought he did. And that was niftily done by the umpire to avoid being hit, because if he did, it's a dead ball. The play is over. But the umpire able to manage to avoid getting tagged with that one. Second baseman thought he had it.
That ball went right between the umpire's legs.
Yep, 5-hole. And the second baseman thought he had the ball and did not. So that'll be an error. Keeps this inning going and potentially could give the Titans a chance to win it. During a late decision to swing and misses. 0-1 the count.
Boy, that's a difficult play for Sherman to make when he can't even see the baseball until it's right up on him.
Which is why he didn't have it. I mean, it's tough. So Deering has walked once and flied out twice. And pops this one up. Shortstop backing up, makes the play, and we will move on to the 7th inning. We are tied at 7 in this one in this 17U bracket game. Back in a moment on ISC.
Shot at the buzzer. She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Hello. Did it again. Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello.
There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Has it, leaps the man, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
Said that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
Sherman will lead things off for the attack. He is the player that is able to clear the fence in one swing. Zeros on the board each of the last 3 innings for both of these two teams after it was an offensive explosion over the first 3 innings. This is the second Thorpe that's been on the mound for the Titans. Michael through the first 4 innings. Henry has thrown the last 2. And we are past the time limit, so this is effectively extra innings at this point. Again, with the winner having to turn around and play in about 2 hours down in Lafayette.
Quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Hop in the car, head southwest, be ready to go.
6, 7, and 8, Sherman, O'Malley, and McCleary do up this time for the attack. And if you're tuning in for the next game, a 15U game, I'd say give us about 15 minutes in between games, and we'll have it for you. Just stay right here on the ISC Sports Network. Count it 2-0. Been 5 base runners the last 3 innings, but most of them because of walks. And with that, Sherman facing a 3-0 count. Sherman a cursory glance on the third base line, but no signal was given. I think he understands the task here. Yeah, he got the memo. Count of 3-1. Sherman has reached all 3 plate appearances and scored twice. That's ball 4, yep. Now you can take that one. So he has walked each of his last 3 plate appearances since homering back in the 2nd inning.
It's a pretty good day.
It's good for the on-base percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So here's O'Malley. Struck out looking. He was the first batter that Thorpe faced. This is the 2nd time through the lineup now for the lefty. Puts down the bunt. Pitcher has it. Got him just in time, but we'll give O'Malley credit for the sacrifice to move the runner over. There's one away.
O'Malley did what he was charged to do. Let's get the runner over. Well, that was a close play down there. But the correct call.
So here's McCleary, also struck out last time up. Swings over top of that one. That's probably actually an easier play if the pitcher lets the third baseman make it. But I don't think you ever have that luxury of really having that happen.
No, I think you're correct.
Because he was close. McCleary turns on it. Left fielder has a beat on it. And there's 2 away. And so now we will see Gavin Hazelwood come to the plate.
He's number 51 on the lineup card, but it appears that the 1 on the back of his jersey is a strip of tape.
Yeah, I believe he is borrowing another uniform from McCleary here. I think the last time I saw that font combination was Max Patkin at a baseball game.
Yes.
You have to be 45 years of age to get that reference, by the way.
Yeah, I checked that box, and it does have McCleary's name on the back of the jersey.
Yeah, count is 0-2. Or Youppi had that same thing. Didn't you have like a number and like an exclamation point next to it?
His number was the exclamation point. That was his jersey number.
Anytime I can make a Montreal Expos mascot reference, the broadcast, I feel good about the job I have done. Count goes to 1-2. And a swing and a miss. So, yeah, the charge is the same for the Titans. If they can score, they can win it. To the home half of the 7th we go here at ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
That is Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left. Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it. Here's the finish. You get a layup taken and an and one. Out of here.
Wolf, and then Chapman and Williams, the trio due up for the Indy Titans. Flag starting to flutter out towards left field just a little bit. And a run here for the Titans to win it. If not, we will move on to the 8th inning. This game's been going for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Again, our 2-hour time limit, but if this were a pool play game, it would have ended in a tie. It is not. This is part of the championship bracket.
Have to have a winner.
That is correct. Wolf has reached all 3 times today, including a triple back in the 3rd. This is the last batter to face Medina for the first time. This is the 10th batter that he has faced since coming on to get the final out of the 4th. And Wolf finds himself down 0-2. Pozovac, by the way, has returned to bat in this spot. Chapman batted his last time up. Count at 1-2 now. Curveball got him. So for Medina, that is his 4th strikeout since entering the game.
He's been impressive.
Very much so. Here's Pozovac. Pozovac attends Carmel. Says the Pittsburgh Pirates his favorite team. It's in for a strike. Says Shohei Ohtani his favorite player. Of course, the baseball world will be watching the next 15 days to see if Shohei's time with the Angels could be in the past tense.
Boy, that's... You'd think that the Angels, if they were to make that move, they would get a boatload of talent in return.
Ground ball. Medina able to get to it. Lobs it to first base, and there's 2 down. So now here's Williams. Williams, a fielder's choice and a run scored. Struck out his last time up. Took a couple of fastballs looking at 3-1 and 3-2. And Miles is kind of backing up. He's not liking what he's seeing from the lefty every time he sees that fastball. He's just kind of taking a nudge back in the batter's box. Even kind of stepped in the bucket on that one as that ball was well outside. Kind of 2-1.
Yeah, he does not look comfortable right now in the batter's box.
Nope. And if you're a pitcher, you see that too. It's like, okay, you're going to see just fastball after fastball, and that's the case. Count is full, though, at 3-2. Anderson awaits on deck if it gets to him. Got him. Strike 3 on the outside corner. And second at bat in a row where Williams looks at strike 3 as it goes by. To the top of the 8th we go. Tied at 7 as you're watching on ISC.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa. My goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello. Did it again. Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello.
There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow.
This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Top of the lineup rolls back through for the attack in Kripe, Platt, and Medina. Alongside Rob Brown, Greg Rakestraw with you. It is the 2023 Greater Lafayette World Series here on the ISC Sports Network. Jim Turner Field in Logansport is our home base for the next couple of days. There you see some of the members of the Indy Clutch.
Waiting patiently.
Yep. Their game was scheduled to start about 15 minutes ago at this point. Almost had 2 different games. First 3 innings, we're tied at 7. 4 innings later, we're still tied at 7. Kripe watches that one go by. And the insertion of lefties into the game on the mound has completely changed the game. Now you can also hear the winds are picking up. It's kind of coming out of the south and pushing towards left field. Kind of 2-1. You could say Thorpe, as in Henry, has been effectively wild since entering the game. He's walked a couple of batters. But frankly, there has not been much in the way of threatening contact that's been made since he entered the game.
There's only been 2 balls hit out of the infield.
Yep. And both have been of the lazy pop fly variety, and Kripe was fooled on that one. So the second Whitco player in the lineup, and Platt will come into bat for him here. Lifts this one fouled as Platt. Platt was walked and stole a base when he was on the 6th. He's officially 1 for 3 today. And both he and Kripe hit north of 300. Playing for a Whitco team that saw their season ending in Central Noble in the sectional back at the end of May. Kind of 2-1. The pitcher Medina waits on deck. In for a strike, 2-2 the count. Top of the lineup will roll back through for the Titans. 10-1-2. Shallow right. This one, fair ball. And it's a ground rule double. That ball hit in fair territory and then kicked and spun over the fence.
It kicked a hard right over the fence. He kind of got in that corner that can't really see from a home plate vantage point.
First base umpire was right there and had a good look at it. We'll have a good look at it too. And that's A, a great shot, and B, perfectly called. Absolutely, that ball hit in fair territory by maybe about a foot. And then made a right turn at Albuquerque.
Well, it hung up down the right field line, and that's that breeze out of the south you were just talking about, Greg, that kind of pushed it back into play.
Yep.
And pushed it away from the first baseman, Patel, who looked like he may have had a line on it.
It's in for a strike, 1-1 the count. This one smacked off the glove of the shortstop. Runner had to freeze. He'll hold right there. Throw comes home. Medina then will scamper to second. So he'll take the extra base on the throw. But all of a sudden now, a legitimate scoring threat here for the attack in the top of the eighth. I'm not sure if you could kind of catch this on the monitor. I could catch behind home plate. With the runner at second base, he was reading the signs of the catcher and was kind of giving signals back to the hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And if it looked like Medina kind of knew what was coming that time, he did. So infield will play in here with one out and a runner at third. Woodward watches that one go high and tight. 1-0 the count. And there is so much made of sign stealing these days, and usually of the electronic version. What if you can steal it as the runner at second base? Hey, good for you. You know, you can do that. But in case you missed this, over the last couple of weeks, the National Federation of High Schools has stated that they're going to allow kind of the PitchCom technology. Catchers will be allowed to wear an earpiece starting next year, and signs can be relayed from dugout by a coach to a catcher wearing an earpiece. 2-0 the count.
Yeah, that catcher still has to relay the signs to the pitcher, though.
Correct, correct. That's been allowed at the college level for the last couple of years. Woodward swings at that one. Back-to-back base hits for the attack. Can they do something with it? Full count now at 3-2. Ball four. And now it's Ryle that, again, has had some really good swings today. So is Sherman behind him. This is the dream scenario here for the attack. Marlowe will come in to replace Woodward so we can get the gear on. Going to be a meeting at the mound here.
May have a pitching change.
Yep.
Bases loaded and one out. Head coach for the Titans coming to the mound.
No signal just yet of a potential pitching change. This may be more of a defensive conversation here, too. Do you dare move maybe the middle infielders back with the hope to turn two if given the opportunity?
Well, you would assume that the odds are probably better than 50-50 that if Ryle makes contact, he's going to make hard contact.
Yep. Thorpe will be asked to stay on. Michael on your left, Henry on your right. Michael began the game as the pitcher. Henry came in to replace him, and he has been outstanding. Ryle hit into an inning-ending fielder's choice his last time up at the 6th. The first time he was retired today. Ground ball, 4, 6. Turn it. Diving, they got him. Double play turned, and we will go to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 7. The tailor-made double play ends the threat with the bases loaded. Back after this on ISC.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today. So that was going to be a highlight reel. Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
The drive, the take, fouled, and it goes.
Lobbing it to the back of the end zone. They're going to say it's a touchdown.
Left foot gets through. Goal for Vargas. Hamilton will score.
So Medina will have to again put a 0 on the board, or this game will come to an end. You see the players for Triple Crown threat. They've been patiently waiting for about 45 minutes to take to the field. Again, there is a time limit for these games, but we have gotten to the bracket portion of the tournament, which means we have to crown a winner. And so we play on here to the bottom half of the 8th inning. No runs scored for the Titans since the bottom half of the 3rd.
Neither team has scored since the 3rd.
Anderson reached on a couple of errors. Struck out looking his last time up. Medina has retired the side in order in 2 of the 3 full innings in which he has pitched. He has allowed just 2 base runners in total since coming on in relief. He's the 3rd pitcher for the attack. And Anderson quickly finds himself down 0-2. Lifts that one foul. Parker awaits on deck. The breaking ball kind of slipped out of his hands that time.
Yep. Lost his hat.
Swing and a miss. Brought the fastball back on that one. Anderson strikes out against Medina for a second time, and there's one away.
6th strikeout for Medina.
That one hit the bull. 1-0 the count. Parker sprays that one foul. Parker had a bunt base hit and scored back in the 1st, and another base hit back in the 3rd. This is his 5th trip to the plate today. Lifts this one, left field. Left fielder drifting over, makes the play, no problem. That's Sherman, by the way, now playing in left. That made the play, and there's 2 down. Hazelwood has replaced him at second base. And he entered a hit for Binkley in the last inning. Here's Michael Thorpe. Kind of 1-0. Thorpe has singled twice and scored once today. Flew out to center field his last time up. That one to the backstop. 2-0 the count.
Medina's given our on-field microphone a little bit of a workout this half inning.
Yep. Just testing it for us, make sure it still works. Inside corner strike, 2-1 the count. Medina's had no problem locating that inside corner so far today. And that one, well, located a little further inside. So Thorpe looking to make it a 2-out rally here. And again, the most successful hitter of the day in terms of sheer volume. Patel is 3 for 3 with a walk. Steps to the plate. And he is the only player to have a hit so far against Medina. Medina gets a good look at the runner, so Thorpe doesn't have much of a lead. Tell fouls that straight back.
It's the first hit batsman for either pitching staff today.
Outfield playing Patel to pull. Number 3 hitter. Stays out of the zone, 1-1 the count. Lifts this one off the end of the bat. Center fielder is there. And we will move on to the top of the 9th inning. Another 0 goes on the board. We're tied at 7 through 8. You're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC. Fall means football. And on the ISC, we've got you covered all season long. Catch our broadcast live on television on MyIndy TV 23 and Comcast 81, as well as streaming on ISCSportsNetwork.com. With a subscription to ISC for only $4.99 a month, you get access to our entire library, viewable anytime, anywhere, on our website or on the ISC app. Don't miss a single broadcast. ISC Sports Network. Football lives here. The ISC Sports Network is your home for sports content across the Hoosier State. Find us live on TV and streaming or archived on our website and our app. The ISC is your one-stop shop for the content you want to see, including high school sports, college sports, and other great events throughout the year. Subscribe to our streaming service and get access to it all. ISC, local lives here. Triple Crown threat, a 15U group.
Not going anywhere.
That group's got some serious hair on it, by the way. That's
yes, they do.
Pretty impressive. We'll see them coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Here on the ISC Sports Network.
That's youth hockey level hair right there.
A little Miniflota. A little delay here because Silva was on deck, the catcher for the Titans. Sherman, O'Malley, and McCleary. The trio due up this time through. There's a few more clouds have now kind of rolled back in here at Logansport. In action, delayed or postponed at some of the grass field sites in use here for this tournament because of pretty good rain that took place overnight and early morning. Not a problem They're on the turf at Logansport and at Loeb Stadium as well. And again, Loeb available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but not for tomorrow's championship games with the Lafayette Aviators in town. That's why we are set up here at Jim Turner Field. Tomorrow's 4 bracket championship games all take place here. Here's Sherman. Curveball of beauty in from Thorpe. Thorpe now on for his 5th inning of work. And the real winner right now is the other Indy Titans team who awaits the winner of this one. Because A, that game is about an hour and 45 minutes away in a different park. And B, whomever wins is gobbling up some serious pitching. Sherman smokes this one. Is it going to stay fair? It does. And they're going to say, I think that's a ground rule double. Yep. Ball just came down the warning track and then bounced over the fence. So it is a leadoff double, and Sherman missed his 2nd home run of the day by about 5 feet.
When that came off his bat, it looked like he hit it off the roof of the school down there.
Well, that's because he hit one that was about at his shoulder blades. Chased this one. And again, great job by Rob Lynch on that camera shot. So it is a leadoff double. And again, the Attack now have a serious threat. O'Malley was asked to put one down last inning. Let's see if he is asked to do the same again. Ball, he doesn't have to. Ball got away from the catcher. Sherman advances on to third base, and now all the Titans infielders will have to come in here in the top of the 9th.
Well, the Attack had the bases loaded and 1 out in the 8th, did not score. Now they have the go-ahead run at 3rd and nobody out.
O'Malley, McCleary, Hazelwood, the trio due up. Now with Sherman sitting at third base. That's in for a strike. 1-1 the count. Ground ball. Of course, the other alternative now with, at least with nobody out or 1 out, is just try to lift one to the outfield. Trying to go the sacrifice fly route. Curveball just dots the outside corner. There is nothing O'Malley could have done with that one. And there's 1 away.
Strikeout number 6 for Henry Thorpe.
McCleary, little safety squeeze here. Delay decision to go, and Patel did not have a play. He does get the out at second or first base, but great play by McCleary. Give him the RBI, and the Attack have an 8-7 lead. That was very well done all the way around. Sherman did not get far away from the bag until he knew that was going to get down, and as soon as he saw it was going to drop, he took off, and Patel said, I can't make a play. I'll make sure we get the out. So here's Hazelwood, and now it is Silva, Henry, Thorpe, and Deering that'll be due up next time through that have to play to run for the Titans. So Thorpe, unless his teammates can get something going, may end up throwing 5 innings of relief and giving up a run and get the loss for his efforts.
It's a tough way to go.
Swing and a miss, but we've got a run scored for the first time since the 3rd. The Attack lead at 8-7 in the top of the 9th. Titans got to score to keep this game going on ISC.
Your life is on the go. Now your viewing habits can be on the go. With the ISC Sports Network app, your team is at your fingertips. You can download years' worth of content from the ISC Sports Network library. High school, college, special events, weekly and monthly shows, wherever you find your favorite app. And you can always find out more information at iscsportsnetwork.com.
3, 2, 1.
Has the first dunk in the building from Orange. Joya waits, Waddell finishes, and lays it in. There is right now the play of the game. Better finish. Good. We might see that on plays of the week. Great feed. The finish. Spin, win, three. Bury it in the lane. No, gun, yes. Stop. Whoa, what a play. Flying in.
Silva, Henry Thorpe, and Nick Daring, the trio due up 4, 5, and 6 for the Indy Titans. They have to score 1 to keep it going, 2 to win it. And it is Medina, who has been awfully good in relief. Third pitcher of the game for the attack. Now in line to get the victory after he entered this game to get the last out of the fourth. The starter in Binkley did not make it through the third. Marlowe came in and got 3 outs over 2 innings. And Medina, you kind of get the idea that his tank is about on E. Does he have enough to get through this inning? Silva tries to bunt his way on. Third baseman, great play. Great play. Allowed it to go foul. Third base coach thought it was in fair territory. Home plate umpire's got a great look down the line. And Kripe, I thought, waited until it went into foul territory to grab it. Let's take a look.
I thought he was going to pick it up while it was in fair territory. And
it's tight.
Boy,
Yep.
That's close.
That's tight. That camera angle is from the first base side. We're kind of viewing that from behind the play. I thought that in watching it with my eyes, that was in foul territory.
Barely.
I think from watching that from the camera angle, I'm kind of like, that might have been in fair territory. The guy that had the best, who was the umpire, he immediately said foul ball. Silva into center field, and it'll get down for a base hit regardless. So, old phrase, "If ball don't lie," he's at first base.
Well, it should be noted that the home plate umpire is directly halfway between where you and I sit and where our first base side camera is positioned.
So leadoff man is aboard. They're going to get a runner in for Silva. Sibbett will come in to run for Gabriel Silva. Ryan Sibbett attends Park Tudor School.
He ran earlier in the game in the second.
So here's Thorpe. Thorpe has reached each of his last 2 plate appearances. Hit it hard. That was the ball that went right between the legs of the umpire, and the second baseman thought he had grabbed it and didn't. And I make that point because that was about as hard of a contact as anybody has had off of Medina since he entered the game. Pops him up. First baseman gives chase, but count goes 1-1. This one lashed to right field. Right fielder drifting back, able to make the play. That's now a Sunfield in right field. And looked for a moment, the right fielder was trying to track it down. That's McCleary. But he grabs it, and there's one down.
I'm not sure he saw it off the bat. He came in a couple steps and then realized that he needed to get back and made the catch going over his shoulder for the first out of the inning.
So Daring popped up to the shortstop his last time up. He has been the rarity. He has hit nothing but fly ball outs today. Walked and scored back in the third. Shows bunt, but if he's going to do that, he's doing that for a base hit. He's doing that because he gets a read on a fielder or a play. That got Kripe's attention down at third. The ball missed outside. 1-0 the count. Ryle holds the runner. Puts the bunt down. First baseman. Can he win the race to the bag? Diving effort. Got him. Just beat him there. Ryle Great effort to dive and try to get to the bag. Runners at second base, and now the Titans down to a final out.
But that was play by Ryle.
Yeah, that was the read by Deering with the second baseman hovering towards the bag at second. Take a look here. So close. We're at the definitive look right here. Simultaneous, yeah.
Boy, that was close.
Yeah, probably one that should have went the way of the base runner. And now Medina, like I said, you could tell he was kind of laboring in warm-ups and kind of looked like he was just kind of out of gas at the end of the last inning. He only has to get one more out. Let's see if they may try to get another pitcher in here to finish the game or just go, hey, it's all you, buddy. Keep fighting through.
Yeah, I think he's going to continue.
Yep. So it's Wolf. Wolf struck out looking last time and reached the 3 previous plate appearances. Runner in scoring position with the Titans down to a final out. And this will reach the seats, if there were seats down there.
Roof of the batting cage.
Yep. Wolf tripled and scored back in the third. Has a pair of RBI today. Misses, 1-1 the count. Game now approaching the 3-hour mark. We've been in an extra inning scenario now for 4 innings. That one got by the catcher. So the runner gets to third. So again, a little less wiggle room now here for the attack.
A wild pitch. And as wild as Medina has been.
Yep. And again, knowing that, again, he's just about out of gas. That gives you much more of a chance of potentially spraying one here from the pitcher's mound. Count now 3-1. Pozavaca waits on deck. Of course, if Wolf would reach, that would be the winning run potentially getting on for the Titans. All 4. Woodward with some words of encouragement for his teammate. If you're Pozavac, I think you can be pretty selective here.
Yeah, I think you make Medina throw strikes at this point, given how clearly he's laboring.
First baseman is holding on Wolf. Got the outside corner for a strike. Pozavac, a tapper back to the pitcher his last time up. He is 0 for 2 with a walk today. Swung at what would have been ball 1. And now Medina knows he's got potentially one more pitch and can be done.
He has to be careful not to overthrow this, though, and put it back to the screen.
Correct. Dialed back and found it. You heard the grunt as he delivered the fastball And the Attack will move on to the semifinals at Loeb. 8-7 the final score. The Indy Titans tournament comes to a conclusion. We will end our broadcast when we have stayed a little past our time. We will step aside for a brief break. Those of you watching on ISC TV and the live stream, we'll have a 15U game between Triple Crown Threat and the Indy Clutch in a matter of moments. Thanks for joining us for the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Lynn's way.
That in the air. Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds remaining. Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it. Oh! That's the finish. You get a layup, take it, and an and one. Fly ball. Out of here. Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half. Throw it up for Tillman.
Oh, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn.
What a swim! Six of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello. Did it again. Hello. Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello. There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow.
This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
But tonight I'm gonna give it one last time.
Or do we not have their bios?
No.
Okay, then yeah, go ahead. Or I can do it.
Clutch, we've got first names for Clutch.
Clutch, they put him on the lineup. Sorry about that. No more than me, believe me. Don't lay any guts for your safety. And we're on turf. That creates more heat. Hang on a second. I believe the Threat are on the road and Clutch is home because the Threat are in the first base dugout, and that was the road team last time. So it should be Threat over Clutch. Did you get that from me? Did you hear me? Okay. Yep. That's what I'm going with.
You pull up to Starbucks this afternoon. The flowers there are pale yellow. There's a breeze. A typical Saturday. Then you take your first bite of a bacon, sausage, and egg wrap. The flowers light up so yellow, even the sun's like, whoa. The breeze blows through your hair like a romance novel. You are now Saturdaying it so hard, you might burst right into Sunday. Turn this summer up. Start by ordering ahead on the Starbucks app.
All right, sir. We are ready when you are.
Has it, leaps the man, still on his feet.
We welcome you back to Jim Turner Field here at Logansport High School. It is a 15U pool play game, perhaps the final pool play game of the entire weekend. It is the Greater Lafayette World Series on the ISC Sports Network. In the neon green, it is the Indy Clutch. as they take on Triple Crown Threat out of Northwest Indiana. Alongside Rob Brown, my name is Greg Rakestraw. And as always is the case in these summer tournaments, rain can, well, change the best laid plans of everybody involved. The 15U group has been turned into one large pool. There are 4 teams that are 3-0 and appear to be moving on to the championship bracket. 5 teams in total will move on to the championship bracket. Triple Crown Threat could be that 5th team if they win, and frankly win by a big enough margin that would qualify for them. This clutch program is 0-2. They know this is going to be their last game of the tournament. On the mound is Jordan Palmer that you see on your screen for Indy Clutch. We'll kind of get you the Triple Crown Threat lineup as we go through. Tyler Hughes, the center fielder, will lead things off. Rob, your thoughts before this one gets underway?
And as you mentioned, Triple Crown has much more to play for, certainly. Clutch trying to get out of this weekend with a win and some momentum here for the rest of the month. But be interesting to see how this unfolds. Triple Crown Threat is hitting 12 batters. So they'll all get their cuts as they work through this lineup.
So Hughes, Brightsky, and Danford, the trio of batters that's due up this time through for Triple Crown Threat. And we will play this to a 2-hour time limit. And because this is a pool play game, we will not go extra innings. Ground ball, second baseman has it, a bit of a bobble, and that bobble allows the runner to be safe. So Hughes will score, or reach, I should say, because of the miscue.
I'm not sure he was bobbling. I think he was waiting for the first baseman to get to the bag, and he pump faked it, waiting for waiting for Meese to come over and get to the bag, and as a result, Hughes is on.
So Brightsky at the plate, the left fielder.
That still goes as an error, however.
You think so?
You call that an infield hit?
I'm not sure what I call it. I put it as a hit because there wasn't like it was a drop ball or anything. It was kind of a double pump. Our scorebooks are not official.
They are not. Let's stress that.
So Brightsky, the left fielder. It's Clutch team based out of the Whiteland area. Ball line, center field. Center fielder drifting back and able to make the play. That is Brendan Burnett that makes the play in center. And there's one down. For those of you that are just joining us to watch your team play, you probably have been watching us about the last hour or so because this game was scheduled to start at 3:15. The game before us was a bracket game, and so because of that, we had to play extra innings, and that one went 9 before the attack out of Warsaw beat the Indy Titans as the runner goes ground ball, foul ball.
And the previous game ran long by almost an hour.
Yep.
So our start time for this one, 4:23. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, a 2-hour time limit, as Greg mentioned.
Here's Danford. If we get in a run rule scenario, which again, Triple Crown Threat, their main goal is to win, but again, to make the final pool. And a balk is going to be called as Palmer had a bobble on the mound. So the free base for Hughes going to second. Run rule is 12 runs after 3, 10 after 4, 8 or more after 5. 3-man umpiring crew for our game today. We had 2 for the previous contest. This one is hammered, but easily foul. And it's 0-2. Danford, the pitcher, up to bat here for Triple Crown Threat. For Triple Crown Threat, they have played in a pastime tournament that was at Butler and Indy. They played at Purdue Northwest. Ground ball, fair ball, inside the bag. That should score a run. Hughes gets the waiver out. Danford heads for second. That'll be a double, and it's already 1-0 for Triple Crown Threat. So give Danford the RBI. Finish the thought, this Triple Crown team played in Fort Wayne in late June. Had back-to-back weeks close to home in Crown Point. They are slated to play in Orland Park, Illinois to wrap up their summer baseball schedule next weekend.
South side of Chicago.
So Cooper Whitaker now the catcher, due up. Popped up. This will clear the fence. But if you're just joining us to watch your team in action, symmetrical field here at Jim Turner Field, the all-turf facility. 329 each of the lines, 354 in left and center field power alleys, and 372 to straightaway center. In the 17U game, we did see a solo or a two-run blast in the last game, and nearly saw another.
By the same player.
Correct, by Keegan Sherman of the attack team. We did see, I think, 3 different ground rule doubles. In other words, the springy turf and a somewhat short fence that allowed the ball to bounce over it rather easily. Palmer almost throwing that ball from his ear, the way that his follow-through kind of looks coming towards home plate.
Including the rare ground rule double that bounced out of play along the right field line. You think of those that hitting the warning track in the outfield and going over.
This one walloped left field. Left fielder looks up. That ball off the base of the wall. That'll be another run for Triple Crown. That'll be back-to-back doubles. And for the threat, they are threatening. They lead it 2-0.
2 straight extra base hits. And the threat out of the gates quickly.
And a courtesy runner quickly hustling over as Peeler will go into run. Peeler is the number 12 batter in the lineup. And yes, that is a thing. These are a couple of the last teams to get a 3rd game in for the tournament. The other 2 teams are both kind of 0-2, so they know they will play, but they will also not factor into the final group, which will be the top 5 teams. Liner, second baseman couldn't get there, base hit. Runner will stop at third. That is Mason Bartos with a single, and the Triple Crown threat. They are teeing off on Jordan Palmer here in the early going.
They are hitting the ball hard.
The teams that are undefeated in the 16U group, the Central State Spikes from Tolano, Illinois. The on-deck Lafayette team locally. The Yard Goats. Runner will take second, and frankly, they'll let him have it with a runner at third base, so a stolen base for Bartos. And the other undefeated team is another one of the Indy Titans groups. Or the Indiana Thunder, I should say, from Crawfordsville, not the Indy Titans. The Indy Titans and the Astros Midwest are the 2 teams that are watching this game to see if they will make it to the bracket portion of this in 15U. Because those 2 teams are both 2-1. The run differential +6 for the Indy Titans. The run differential -5 for the Astros Midwest. Triple Crown threat, their run difference +5. And Palmer keeps knocking off that hat with his throw every time.
And there's already activity in the clutch bullpen. That's Ian Nickel, who's in the lineup as the DH. Down in the bullpen, getting loose for clutch here in the top of the first.
Big overhand curveball that fooled him. So the second out of the inning is Austin Smith. Watch that go by for strike number 3. First strikeout issued by Palmer. Luca Rodriguez, not to the plate. He is the right fielder. Number 7 batter of 12. Clutch will bat 10. Ground ball. First baseman's got it. He'll step on the bag. That is the end of the inning. That is Alex Meese that makes the play. But Triple Crown threat needing a win to advance on to the championship bracket. They have an early 2-0 lead here in Logansport. Back in a moment on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is gone.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my.
Good goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left. Big players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it. Has to finish. You get a layup, take it, and an and one. Out of here.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. Six of them.
So Jordan Palmer will lead things off with the clutch. And the starting pitcher, followed by Dylan Thompson and Brendan Burnett. Clutch 0-2 so far here in the tournament. And they know this will be their last game for the weekend. That's in for a strike. Clutch have been outscored 24-15 in their 2 previous games. Just a little bit low. Brady Danford, the pitcher, for Triple Crown threat. This one smacked to left field for a base hit. Good contact by Palmer.
Good solid swing, good solid hit into left field.
This Clutch team lost to the undefeated Indiana Thunder 8-7. An activity yesterday. And they were beaten by the Yard Goats 16-7 in a game that was played on Thursday. Toss back and Palmer back in time. So Thompson, the lanky right fielder, steps to the plate.
Where do the Yard Goats hail from?
Muhammad, Illinois.
I just looked that up, yep.
Now the ones they are named after would be the Hartford Yard Goats.
Bingo.
Like AA baseball in the Eastern League. A little high. 2-1 to count. Also misses. 2-0. It's now 3-0. Right fielder hugging the line in case Thompson can pull one. He's obviously taken there. That's in for a strike. 10 in the Clutch lineup. We mentioned 12 for the Triple Crown Threat squad. This is a 15U game. We'll see a couple of 14U games to finish off our day in Logansport. And that misses low. So clearly for the Clutch, even though they've lost their first 2, the bats have not been the problem. It's been getting batters out.
Oh, 14 runs in 2 games.
Yeah.
That's
in for a strike. Here's Burnett. He is a center fielder. Chase one that was letter high. Gotta say, man, I am digging the Clutch uniform top.
You like the neon?
It's very Seattle Seahawks, Seattle Sounders. Rave green, as it's called in the Pacific Northwest.
It's called Rave Green.
Rave Green is what they refer to it as.
Okay. I'd never heard that before. That's new. New to me.
Maybe it's because of my penchant for enjoying Starbucks. I'm digging the Seattle vibe that they're putting down. Chase that one. Swing and a miss, and Burnett is retired for the first time. Good downward trajectory on that pitch from Danford. There's one away. So here's Ian Nickel. Ian attends Fishers High School. He is the DH in this game. He is batting for the left fielder in Sparks.
Looked like he had an Indian Creek batting helmet on. I got a close-up of him when he came to the plate.
Well, Indy Clutch IC.
Ooh, there you go.
So that's the Indy Clutch logo.
There you go. Okay.
So yes.
That is an IC.
That is an IC, but.
Oh, it's trimmed in green. I see it. I'm with you now.
Some kids wear their high school helmets.
Yeah, we saw some of that in the previous game.
Big sweeping curveball in from Danford in for a strike. Indy Clutch, a team that they've got their own helmets. Got him.
Nice pitch.
That one started out of the zone and dropped in. Back-to-back Ks, and there's two down for the Clutch.
Boy, look at that pitch. Great pitch.
So Brady Rankin now will come to the plate. He is the extra hitter in the lineup. Clutch in danger of straining a couple of runners on the base paths. They won't, because they'll knock that into right field for a base hit. Right fielder had a bobble, which will allow the runner to score from third and advancing from second to third. And the Clutch are on the board. So Rankin gets a single. Again, right fielder had it and then just kicked it.
Runner scores on the error. You score that, or you just play it clean?
I think I'll play it clean.
2 outs, he's probably running on.
Yep, on contact. We'll give Rankin the RBI. High hopper. Shortstop has it, steps on the bag, and that is the end of the inning as Lewis, his appearance is brief. But Clutch get one back, and we are through one in this 15U pool play game. 2-1 for the Triple Crown Threat here on ISC.
Shot at the buzzer. She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Hello.
Did it again.
Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello. There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Back here at Jim Turner Field, the sounds of Van Halen and Panama in the background reminded me of who the U.S. lost to in the Gold Cup semifinals on Wednesday night. Alongside Rob Brown, Greg Rakestraw with you. 8, 9, and 10 coming up this time through for the Triple Crown Threats. And the Triple Crown Threat wins, and if they win by a sufficient enough run differential, they will earn themselves a game in the 4-5 part of the bracket. There's going to be a couple of morning games played tomorrow at Loeb Stadium in the 15U division. There will be a 9 a.m. game played tomorrow at Logansport that'll be a semifinal. We will not carry that game, but we would see the two winners of the semis tomorrow at 3:45 in the 15U championship game here on ISC.
Okay, you made that comment about the USA-Panama game.
Yep.
I could not respond because you caught me with a mouthful of pistachios.
Yep.
However, that was a phenomenal game.
It was.
The 30 minutes of extra time and the penalty shootout.
The volley by Jesus Ferreira was rather remarkable.
Oh, it was tremendous. Tremendous. Tremendous drama.
And because they were down 1-0, it led to the tweet of Jesus saves.
Yes.
So Walsh, one of the extra hitters here for Triple Crown Threat. That 12-6 delivery from Palmer. Again, every pitcher is different. Everybody biomechanically is different, but he's picking that from his ear. So he keeps knocking that hat off every time he throws. And, you know, frankly, at a higher level, older level of baseball, you may see like an opposing team complain about, hey, that hat's coming off. That's a distraction to the hitter at the plate. Swing and a miss. And the count is 1-2.
The old Jim Bouton is another old-timey reference that folks won't get under a certain age.
Ground ball. Shortstop has it. Wallstra hustling down the line. And the first baseman couldn't pick it. Runner will make the turn, but not much, all that much room behind first base. We'll stay right there. So Wallstra reaches on the error. Lunds for the shortstop for the clutch. Meese over at first base couldn't connect. And the leadoff man is aboard. Here's Noah Goodman. Goodman also an extra hitter. And the count at 1-0. This one lifted to right field. Right fielder's pretty good beat on it. He'll make the play. Wallstra scampers back to first base, one down. Cody Vernich, the first baseman, go up this time through.
This is a team full of region guys.
Yep.
Kind of scattered amongst a bunch of different programs. Vernich plays at
Tri-Township.
Tri-Township, yes. Tri-Township in La Crosse.
Correct. So Tri-Township, this was the first year that was the name of the high school. That is the old La Crosse High School. They have switched locations. Hence the change to Tri-Township, which is not to be confused with Tri-High School.
Yes.
Or Triton High School, or Triton Central High School.
Is Tri-High School the high school on 65 that you could see?
That is Tri-County.
That's Tri-County, okay.
Tri is in Henry County.
Oh, yeah.
That is the southeastern corner of Henry County.
Yes. Tri-County is the high school that you could see from 65
Correct.
north.
That is where the Harlem Globetrotters played their 20th or 25,000th game.
At Tri-County High School?
At Tri-County High School, the home of the Cavaliers. Count at 1-1. Ground ball that'll hits the runner. So he's out. So Vernich will reach it first. Wallstra is out, and there's two down. That would have gotten through for a base hit if Wallstra could have hurdled it. So a base hit for Vernich. Runner's out, and there's two down. That is one of the more obscure baseball rules that you maybe see once or twice a year. And thankfully, due to this week in baseball, I learned how to score that since I was 6 years old. Here's Miller.
That goes 4 unassisted.
Something along those lines.
Nearest defender.
So Miller, the second baseman. Got the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Zach Peeler awaits on deck, the shortstop, if it gets to him. Let's try to put a 0 on the board here in the top of the second. They've been involved in a pair of high-scoring games so far.
Miller plays at Chesterton, by the way.
Chesterton's high school baseball coach just retired after 52 years.
Wow.
It's up in Bud Wright territory in terms of years of service. We had the IFCA North-South All-Star game last night, and Bud was honored for 60 years of coaching.
I saw that.
Count at 3-2. Quick toss back. Chesterton, they've got a couple of kids playing Division I baseball right now. They made the state semis about 4 or 5 years ago at this point, did Chesterton. Got knocked off by Fishers. Swing and a miss. So a 0 goes on the board, and that is a second strikeout for Palmer. Through 1.5, Triple Crown Threat leads at 2-1 against the Indy Clutch. We're back after this on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
That's the finish.
You get a layup taken and an and one.
Fly ball. Out of here.
So Alex Meese, the first baseman, will lead things off for the Clutch this time through. They trail 2-1 here in the home half of the second. It's followed by Maddox Belarchek and Chase Lunsford to the plate. This Clutch team is based in Whiteland, and that's where Alex attends high school. The rapidly growing Whiteland Community Schools.
I was told by some folks over there recently that they anticipate that within 6 to 8 years their enrollment will surpass Center Grove's, and they will be the largest.
It is
school
possible.
in the county.
They will be in the 6A field sooner rather than later.
Yes. Their numbers tell them 6 to 8 years their enrollment will surpass Center Grove's. They'll be the largest school in the county.
Center Grove, I think, is around the 2,500 range, I want to say, at this point, kind of top 20 and 25 in terms of enrollment in the state. Count of 2-0. He swings through that and misses. He says the Astros his favorite team and Alex Bregman his favorite player. Count it 2-2. Curveball at a beauty. Got him. Just the old Uncle Charlie that time. Third strikeout authored by Danford. Second of the backwards Ks, and there's one away.
Danford has some nice off-speed pitches in his repertoire.
Here's Maddox Belarchek. He attends Center Grove High School. They, of course, were the runners-up in 4A this past year. Coached by Keith Hatfield. Maddox, the second baseman here for the Clutch.
He's won his 200th game earlier this year.
And they had a fantastic team. Beaten by Penn in the 4A championship. That one misses.
They've had a staggering amount of talent go through that program
That they
in
have.
the last decade.
Maddox says the Cubs his favorite team. Shohei Ohtani his favorite player. Taken all the way. That's in for a strike. 3-1 the count. Lunsford awaits on deck. Couldn't catch up to that one. May have chased one out of the zone that time. And the count now 3-2. Swing and a miss. How about that? Coming back from 3-0 to get the strikeout. 4th and 8 batters faced by Danford, 2 away.
Nice job to come back after being down 3-0 in the count.
In for a strike. Here's Lunsford. He attends Franklin Central High School on the southeast side of Indianapolis. Says
won a sectional title this year.
Says the Cardinals his favorite team, and Paul Goldschmidt his favorite player. Foul tip. That, I think that hit the offhand. Yep, I think that got. I mean, even though the catcher's kind of popping up, not sure if it went straight off his knee or I thought actually kind of on the hand, the way he kind of had that right arm kind of dangling off to the side, but clearly clipped the knee first, given the way that Whitaker is hobbling a bit.
Franklin Central's sectional title win was one of the craziest high school baseball games I've ever seen in person.
Curveball misses. How so?
They're down 2-1 going into the bottom of the 5th inning. So they're basically 9 outs away from being eliminated. And they walked off their opponent with 1 out, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
And catch is made by the first baseman. That's Burnich that makes the play, and the Clutch are retired in order. We have played 2 in this 15U pool play game. 2-1. Triple Crown Threat leads it back after this on ISC.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello! Did it again. Hello! Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello! There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow.
This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Zach Peeler, you see him in the on-deck circle. He will lead things off in the top of the 3rd for Triple Crown Threat. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you here on the ISC Sports Network. This game started about an hour 15 behind what its originally scheduled start time because we went extras in the game before this one. And we will not do that here. We will play to the time limit. This is a pool play game. In other words, it could end in a tie. We're talking about the potential scenarios for Triple Crown Threat to take the last spot of the 5 teams that will qualify for the championship bracket.
And we were told it's runs allowed.
Correct.
Is the tiebreak.
Which they're in good stead right now. In other words, they've got about 5 more runs to work with.
Yeah, they've allowed 8 in 2 games.
And now they've allowed 9 here in game number 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a workable number.
So here's Peeler. He is the shortstop. Hughes and Brightsky will follow. Palmer hopped that one off the umpire. But he seems fine with it. Want to know the count? Another one that didn't make its way to the catcher. 2-0.
One hop the plate.
4 hits in the first inning for Triple Crown Threat. Just 1 last time through. Change up that time. Pulled the string, did Palmer. And again, it takes a while to get used to kind of reading every pitcher, where the ball's coming from, etc. Palmer's a tough kid to read because, again, that ball is coming from over top of that shoulder, almost behind his ear. He delivers it towards home plate. And Peeler has been fooled on the last 2 swings. Count now goes to 2-2. Got him. Just dipped into the zone as it crossed home plate. And there's 1 away. So back-to-back strikeouts going back to the last inning. 1 in each inning so far for Palmer. And Hughes will come to the plate.
A lot of movement on those pitches by Palmer.
Hughes, a base hit that should have been an out, frankly, on a ground ball to the second baseman to start the game, but Hughes hustling down the line. Ground ball, second baseman, backhand, and Hughes again benefits on a ball hit towards second. That would have been a very tough play on a backhand to make that throw with Hughes hustling down the line.
Yeah, I think even if he gets that in his glove,
Agreed.
sliding away from the first base, he does not have a play there.
Here's Brightsky, who flew out to center in his previous plate appearance. Top of the lineup looking to do some damage again. Hughes was the benefactor of a balk that got him to second. His last time on the base pass. Runner goes. Throw through. Not in time. Now Hughes got some pretty good speed.
He got down there easily ahead of the throw.
So man in scoring position here with 1 down for Triple Crown Threat. Ground ball, shortstop, couldn't knock it down, base hit. They will give the wave around to the runner. Shortstop, a late throw, which will allow the runner to advance to second base. So it's an RBI single for Brightsky, and it's 3-1 in favor of Triple Crown.
A couple hard hit balls not hit directly at infielders, able to find their way to the outfield on this turf surface.
And again, that was a decision to send the runner because it's you know, Hughes has displayed such speed. Make the outfielder make a perfect play to get him, and that was not the case. Quick conversation on the mound for Jordan Palmer. Danford doubled his last time up. Back-to-back doubles from the 3 and 4 hitters. First time through for Triple Crown Threat. Curveball misses inside. So 1-0.
Danford plays at Oregon Davis High School.
Count now 2-0.
Pretty strong 1A athletics program across the board.
A school that once won the boys and girls basketball state championships 4 weeks apart from each other at the 1A level. I think it was 2007 that was the case.
Yes.
That one lifted foul. 2-1 the count. They do not play football at Oregon Davis.
No.
Because Danford looks like the type of young man that would play football if it was offered.
As does Whitaker in the on-deck circle.
He's an Oregon Davis player as well?
No, but he just looks like he can play football.
I was going to say. If I had those two, I might start a football team. Again, big sweeping curveball in there. 2-2 the count.
I just learned that where we had our remote cameras set up earlier this week, Rossville does not have a football team.
Correct.
I just learned that yesterday.
But there are 410 or so IHSA member schools. I think the football count is about 315 in that vicinity right now, foul ball.
What do you suppose the smallest school is that plays football? Would that be?
Edinburgh would be in that list.
Union City?
Union City would be in that list.
Our guy Michael Wantz.
Right. They're a team that got beat 68-12 in their season opener last year or so.
Union City?
Yeah.
I was at the Edinburgh opener. They played, they rolled Cloverdale, I believe.
Kind of 2-2.
Those schools are south of 300, though, right?
Yep, there's a couple of schools that will have less than 200 that play football.
Less than 2?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. Okay.
My high school alma mater amongst those that do not field a football team.
Yep, I was aware of that.
And the enrollment of Mighty Lanesville is about 240 at this point.
Okay. Did they ever have football?
Never.
Never, okay.
We just got the other kind of football about 7 or 8 years ago.
Okay.
Count it 2-2. Ground ball. Shortstop, going to be a tough play. Long throw, couldn't make it. Again, the throw to first allows runner to advance. Another infield single.
That's a long throw in a 17U game, and even longer throw in a 15. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change.
Second visit to the mound necessitates a pitching change, and the pitcher that will be coming in will be Brady Rankin, who was an extra hitter to start the game. So pitching change for the Indy Clutch means we will step aside for a brief break. Triple Crown Threat enjoying a 3-1 lead here in the top of the third inning. Back in a moment on ISC.
Leaps the man, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name. Wabash has the lead for the first time today. So that was going to be a highlight reel. Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is
caught. There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Lynn's way.
Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
So Brady Rankin will come in as the second pitcher, replacing Palmer. Palmer allowed 3 runs. Last 3 runners had all reached against Jordan Palmer. So he goes 2 1/3, responsible for 3 runs, responsible for 2 runners on the base pass. Palmer will stay in the game, and he will move to shortstop. So we'll kind of get other corresponding player moves around the diamond.
Yeah, they've scrambled the deck quite a bit here.
And that is the case in travel ball events such as this. But Cooper Whitaker will step to the plate. And that pitching change allowed me to research smallest schools that play football in the state of Indiana. Now, would you like a difference in clarification of public and parochial in terms of enrollments that play
you
football?
break that down for me. Sure.
Yeah, let's see what Cooper Whitaker does on this first pitch, however, from Rankin. Runner goes, and that one will get all the way to the backstop. That'll be a 4th run for Triple Crown thrown the wild pitch. An inauspicious debut for Rankin. So Brightsky scores. Danford goes to second, and the count is 1-0. So the smallest school that plays football is Indiana School for the Deaf. Enrollment of 94.
Sure.
The next smallest school that is a parochial school will be Traders Point, which has 124.
That's relatively recent. Yeah.
The smallest public high school, so to speak, Indiana School for Deaf would be, but smallest community-based school would be Attica. That's quite the football tradition.
Oh, wow.
170 students. There are a total of 8 schools with enrollments of under 200 that play high school football in the state.
Counting the privates and the public?
Yes.
Okay. 8 under 200. Wow.
Correct. Curveball in for a strike. Count goes to 2-1. Sizable lead at second. Ground ball, shortstop. We'll try to go the long way. Palmer's got it. Good stretch by the first baseman to make the play. By the way, first baseman now is Dylan Thompson. So Thompson has moved from right to first base.
And Chase Lunsford moved from shortstop to second base. And then the second baseman, Balarchik, is now in right field. And I think that's it. I think we got them all.
So here's Bartos. Got a single and a stolen base his last time up. As that misses high. Misses high, 3-0 the count.
It's a large bird circling in center field.
Yeah,
right
large enough where I thought, is that a small plane?
No, that is a large winged bird.
Just checking out the action. And that misses ball 4. So 2 runs here in the third after 2 more in the top of the second, or top of the first, I should say. So Austin Smith, who struck out looking in his previous plate appearance.
Anytime there's a large bird circling the outfield, I think of Dave Winfield.
Explain.
Who, in between innings at the old stadium in Toronto, when the Blue Jays used to play outdoors
at Exhibition
by the
Place.
lake, he hit a seagull playing, outfielders play catch between innings.
Yep.
And he hit a seagull and was arrested after the game. And my old boss, who at the time was working as the PR guy for the Yankees, was the guy that had to bail him out of jail in Toronto.
Count at 1-0. Bartos goes. They'll simply give him the bag. That's his second steal of the game, and he's got them both in that kind of first and third scenario. And it's fitting you bring that up this weekend because that is now BMO Field in Toronto at Exhibition Place.
That's where the MLS team plays, right?
And it's where the IndyCar Series is this weekend.
Oh,
Smith turns on this one down the left field line. And it's caught.
Oh, what a catch.
Great play by the left fielder over to make the play and end the inning. That
Canyon
is
Sparks.
Sparks in left field that makes the play and ends the scoring threat. But the lead for Triple Crown Threat extends 2-3 in the third. Back in a moment on ISC.
Football here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds remaining.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
That's the finish.
You get a layup taken and an and one.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
1-2.
22-6-0 for Penn.
What a swim!
Six of them.
Caleb Archuleta will lead things off. I want us to turn into a beautiful day here at Logansport, Indiana. Thanks to Brian Strong and the folks from Logansport for being gracious enough to allow us to broadcast from this great facility named after Jim Turner, legendary baseball coach at Logansport, was the head coach here from 1964 through 1991. Logansport won 21 consecutive baseball sectionals from 1973 to 1993, and they were a multi-time state champion in the 1970s.
My dad played for his predecessor. My dad graduated in 1960, and Matt Jones, the principal here at Logansport, his father was a high school teammate of my dad's back in the late 50s.
Archuleta swings through and misses. Archuleta attends Greenwood High School. Archuleta says the Mets his favorite team. Ground ball. Shortstop. Charges. Fields. Fires. That's a great throw because Archuleta was hustling down the line. That is a significant arm shown by Peeler. There's one down. Noah Goodman, by the way, is loosening in the pen.
Okay, moving along at a pretty good clip.
Palmer
crisp.
off the hands. First baseman couldn't get there in time. The count is 0-1. So Palmer singled and scored in the bottom half of the first. Only run so far for the Clutching, and they know their tournament will come to an end after this one, their third and final pool play game. The young men from the northwest corner of the state, Triple Crown threat, trying to be the fifth and final team to qualify for the championship bracket. Join four other teams that are all unbeaten in pool play. Be a couple of games at Loeb, a semifinal here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Off the end of the bat, second baseman scampering over. Good hustle by Palmer, but play is made at second by Miller, and there's two down. And the championship for this age group will be tomorrow at 3:45. Myself and Dave Schrag will have that one for you.
So that's game three?
Game
three of four?
that we will do of the finals, yep.
Right.
So here's Dylan Thompson, walked his last time up. Began the game as the right fielder, now playing first base. Curveball just finishes a little low as it goes through the zone. Let's thank our ISC Sports Network crew, Vince Morales, Austin Lass, David Kahn. Thank you to Rob Lynch, Eldon Wheeler, Charlie Hammock, and everybody else involved with making sure our signal gets to you on this Saturday. Thanks to Jordan Shue and J.D. Arlen behind the scenes, too. Been a very busy weekend on ISC, or as we call them, weekends. Curveball misses. Count is 2-1.
That's about right.
Last night with the IFCA North-South All-Star Game, Grayson Long of Logansport represented the Berries in the game. We also had the Indy 11 women winning their USL W League semifinal, and they will play for a league championship next Saturday, a game that we will showcase for you on ISC. Starting at 2 o'clock when they take on the North Carolina Courage, the academy squad of the NWSL team. Sweeper misses, 3-2 the count. Lifted, left center. Left fielder was hugging towards the line, which is why he didn't get there in time. Thompson will stop at first base. That's a base hit, and again, that's not being misaligned. Usually on an opposite side here, you're going to kind of hug the line for those short ones. Just Thompson placed it well, and that's a base hit.
Too long of a run for the left fielder Breitsky to get there.
So here's Burnett. Struck out his last time up. High and in tight. It's a 1-0. Now 2-0. Activity has stopped now in the bullpen, so Goodwin is ready in case he is needed. Good job to lay off of that one.
Oh, he wanted to
Yep.
take a cut.
And the count now 3-0. Ball four. A potential two-out rally going here for the Indy clutch. That is just the second batter that has been walked by Danford in his now 13 batters faced.
Danford had locked in and retired 5 in a row before these two batters have reached.
Here's Nickel. That one misses, 1-0 the count. And he hopes to make the varsity at some point in time down the road for Matt Cherry, the head coach at Fishers High School. Back-to-back years where Fishers and HSE won the baseball state championship. Foul ball, 1-1 the count.
A lot of talent in Hamilton Township, or that Hamilton school district up there.
15 years ago, that was one school.
Right.
And now the two schools combined would have about 7,000 students if they were still one high school.
Wow.
I was just checking the populations of some of the towns and kind of markets around Indiana, and I think we're now to the point of like 4 of the 15 biggest cities in the state are like Noblesville, Westfield, Carmel, et cetera, Fishers. Count at 1-2.
I saw that list as well. Southport did not make that list.
No. Well, they're generally part of Indianapolis. There's a whole lecture about Unigov I could give you. Ground ball, foul ball. We'll do it again at 1-2.
We have our own mayor, though.
Nickel struck out looking his last time up. Cleanup hitter here for the clutch. Off the hands. Third baseman, nope. Shortstop, and wisely just says, I'll eat that one. Nothing you can do about that. So 3 consecutive runners have reached here in the home half of the third.
A little bit of action here. Clutch showing some life. We can get a runner. No, not a runner. Lewis just came out of the dugout to get that bat out of the way.
So here's Rankin, who came in to pitch in the top half of the inning. He singled and had an RBI his last time up. That was the ball out towards right field. And again, for Triple Crown threat, they need a win and need to hold the clutch to the fewest number of runs possible to keep their tournament going. Ball goes high. 2-0. They'll throw behind, and
ooh, boy.
Nickel, did he come off the bag? Nickel's just kind of sitting there waiting, and now he gets time.
He does not want to get up until he sees that ball leave the first baseman's hand.
If he chewed his fingernails, he'd have been out. He was hanging on by a thread down the first base line. Well, it's 3-0, and Rankin will get, obviously, a take sign here because a walk could give him an RBI. So he's showing bunt, just trying to throw off Danford. And it worked, ball 4. So Rankin gets an RBI for his second consecutive at bat in the clutch. Get one back, it's 4-2. And let's see if that's going to be it. Again, there had been bullpen activity. There could be a pitching change here made in the bottom half of the third. Already saw one last inning, or top of the inning rather, for the opposing side. It's a conversation right now as Jacob Lewis awaits at the plate. A couple of routine ground balls, frankly, to start the inning.
Yeah, it looked like he was well on his way, Danford, to a 1-2-3 and right back to the dugout. And 4 batters later, a run is in and they're loaded.
Then a couple of base hits that weren't hard hit, just placed in the right spot. A couple of walks, and it adds up to a scoring threat here for the Clutch. Lewis waves at that one. Lewis, a sophomore to be at Franklin Central. Fouled straight back, and now Danford is a pitch away from getting out of the jam with limiting the damage to 1 run. Curveball, but missed it inside. Yep. Found the zone from a vertical perspective, but not from a horizontal one.
In tight.
With the count 1-2. Found it that time. That ball will get into the bullpen down the way. Coming to rest atop the batting cage.
Bullpens here are way down in the corners. It's a long walk down there from the dugout.
But importantly, they're also out of the field of play.
Yes.
Just a little high, 2-2. Almost hit him. And again, now in a similar situation. With the bases loaded, a walk brings in a run. And with it 3-2, everybody will be about halfway to the next bag by the time the ball is delivered to home plate. Danford wants a moment. Fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. One of the Indy Titans teams has made their way here.
To your point, Greg, Burnett was 2/3 of the way down the line to home plate when Lewis made that swing.
And ball 4. So it's now 4-3. So third walk of the inning. 5 consecutive batters have reached with 2 outs in the inning. And now Alex Meese will come to the plate. Meese struck out looking in his previous plate appearance.
Danford is having all sorts of trouble finding the strike zone here at the back end of this 3rd inning.
Swing and a miss. Ties up Meese at 1-1.
Bottom dropped out of that one.
High and in tight, 2-1. Again, they'll throw behind and diving in just in time. Danford 1 pitch away from getting out of the largely self-inflicted jam here in the home half of the 3rd. Ground ball over the pitcher's head. Second baseman couldn't get it in time. Everybody's safe, and we're tied at 4.
Well, you alluded to it a few batters ago. Danford has also been victimized by some bad luck in terms of balls hit to just inopportune spots for his fielders to make a play. And there's another example there.
So Danforth working quickly against Pilarczyk, who struck out his last time up. So 3 seeing eye singles and 3 bases on balls. Tied this game at 4.
All coming with 2 outs.
And again, if the Clutch win, that ends the weekend for the Triple Crown Threat team. There's an Indy Titans 15U team that is cheering this result as we speak. Pitcher stumbled that time on the follow-through. Luckily for him, that ball was sent towards the third baseline and not back up the box. And it's an all-turf mound, it's an all-turf facility. You have some places where maybe you'll see like a dirt mound and,
yes.
and turf everywhere else.
Yes.
Curveball got him. Swipes across the front corner. Inning is over, but the damage is most certainly done. And we are now tied through 3. And again, a reminder, we still got a little shy of an hour left to play in this one, but this game could end in a tie. We are tied at 4 through 3 on ISC.
Shot at the buzzer. She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Hello.
Did it again.
Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Metzer and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello. There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Has it, leaps the man, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
So that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
Rodriguez will begin the top of the 4th, Triple Crown. Now tied at 4 after 6 consecutive batters reach. So Rankin, who got the last 2 outs of the top of the 3rd on the mound for Indy Clutch. He handled back the ball in this tie game. In our games that are set to follow this one at ISC today, both of the 14U variety.
10 seed versus the 11 seed. Indy Titans versus the Fishers Tigers.
These are all kids that'll be high school freshmen upcoming. This is in the silver bracket. That's the next game coming up. Curveball in there for a strike. Rodriguez, a ground ball to the first baseman and Meese. And the top of the 1st his last time up. 7, 8, and 9 this time through. Swings and misses. That was not a foul ball, and he'll advance to first base. So a strikeout with the runner advances. Nobody out, and Wallstra now will come to the plate. So heads up by Rodriguez to look back and realize that ball had gotten away from the catcher. In for a strike. Wallstra reached on an error by the shortstop. He was the young man that was hit by the batted ball in the field of play for an out in the second.
We've already seen that and an infield fly call today.
Frankly, the latter is a little bit more common than the first.
Yes.
We had a catcher's interference, which I thought we might have had when we get the full bingo. This one smacked. Center fielder off the end of the bat. He's got it, and there's one down. That's Burnett that is over to make the play.
Walster sat back and waited on that one, but hit it off the end of the bat.
Yep. Here's Goodman. And he was loosening. He may be the pitcher at some point in this game. Coming a fly ball to right field his previous time up. One of the extra hitters in the Triple Crown threat lineup. Time is given as Rankin was taking his on the mound. Ground ball could be two. Slow roller. They do get the lead runner, and then they throw on the first, but Goodman hustling down the line. But the lead runner is retired, and there's two away.
That was a close play at second.
Yep.
Palmer sat back and waited on that ball to get to him, and almost waited too long.
But I do think they got the lead runner at second.
Yes.
Base. I do think. But you're right. It was a closer play than maybe earlier anticipated. Here's Vernich. And this one will clear the fence down the left field line.
Usually when a ground ball is hit directly at the shortstop or the second baseman, you're immediately thinking two.
Vernich singled his last time up. Well, two down and a runner at first. This may be a scenario where you would send the runner to get him going. So that was on Rankin's mind as he tossed it over to first. This one lifted left center field, and left fielder kind of got a late read on it. It got by him, and they're going to give Goodman a wave here around third base. He is going to score, and left fielder just never tracked that ball properly.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened with Sparks that time. He just froze when the ball came off the bat. Yeah, you're right, Greg. He didn't see it coming off the bat until it was well on its way down.
And again, let's be clear. He was not going to catch that ball. But I think if he reads it, that's a single. You're looking at runners at first and third in that scenario, not a double and a runner coming all the way home.
Yeah, certainly doesn't get by him and roll almost to the track.
You know, we started the first game that we brought yesterday that much of a way of a win. And now winds are picking up, and they're picking up and changing direction.
Yeah, wind's blowing out to right field now.
Yeah, wind was blowing out to left late in the game before us, and now kind of blowing across the field here. That one got by the catcher. So Vernich will scamper on to third base.
Come on, Ty, base hit, kid, let's go. You got this, Tyler. Come on, Ty, bring him in.
And again, got past the catcher. You almost wonder if something that Rankin is doing is kind of crossing up Archuleta, because those were a couple of catchable pitches that time.
Especially the second one. 2 runs in with 2 outs.
So
2 outs scoring, just like we saw in the previous half inning.
Thompson will come over and talk to Rankin quickly. Count at 3-1. So Miller, who struck out last time, will draw the walk. Second walk issued by Rankin, and his now 7 batters faced. Here's Zach Peeler, struck out looking. That was the last out that Palmer would record. That's in for a strike. Peeler's had a couple of really good throws from shortstop in the field of play.
Yeah, he showed some good arm from deep in the hole. And it looks like Ian Nickel, who was up earlier in the first inning, is back up, heading out to the bullpen in the left field corner for clutch.
1-1 the count. Ground ball. Third baseman dives and knocks it down, but nothing to do with that. That's a base hit. So again, 4 consecutive runners now have reached. And the top of the lineup rolls through with Hughes, and Hughes has been a difference maker for Triple Crown threats so far.
Scored 2 of their 6 runs. 2 for 2 at the plate.
Little activity again getting underway for the clutch in the bullpen. Rankin fakes the throw. No player was close enough to the bag to make a play.
Well, it was Nickel before warming. Now he's down there catching whomever is throwing in the bullpen.
Rankin airmails that one. And the count now 2-0. Curveball in for a strike. Hughes was taken all the way. Hughes a pair of singles, stolen base, 2 runs scored. Three and 1. For Rankin, this is the 10th batter he has faced since coming on in the previous inning. Time is granted. And ball 4. The base is now loaded. Brightsky will step to the dish. Brightsky a fly ball to center. Singleton scored his last time up.
Both pitchers, Danford in the previous half inning, Rankin here, having a difficult time getting that 3rd out to close out an inning.
Archuleta had to save that one from getting to the backstop and allowing another run. And this game began at just past 4:20. About 40 minutes left in the time window to finish this one. And now at 3-0, Breitsky will be an interested spectator as this one goes by home plate. And again, time is called. Taken all the way. And now Breitsky's your number 2 hitter will get more of a green light here. But pitcher's pitch. And if you don't feel good about it, let it go.
Yep.
Now everybody gets a head start at 3-2.
That was a nice pitch by Rankin to drop that one in there right at the belt.
Smacks this one. Center fielder, though, has a beat on it. And the inning is over. So the lead back to Triple Crown threat by 2. They do leave the bases loaded. We're back in a moment as you're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I
feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
That is Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
That's the finish.
You get a layup, take it, and an and one.
Fly ball. Out of here.
Beautiful look. That's the elementary school, I believe, that is kind of out past left field here. The high school is off to our left here at Logansport. Great facilities, and I'm enjoying just seeing the amount of trees that you still see here, during the course of the community. 6-4 the score here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. And Triple Crown threat trying to win and hold Indy Clutch to a minimal number of runs, which would then give them their berth in the championship bracket. Have to get up early, play an 8 a.m. game tomorrow at Loeb Stadium, but beats the alternative. Here's Lunsford, and the game at shortstop, now playing second base.
It's an early wake-up call.
They've got a chance in that 4-5 game, whomever plays in it tomorrow, to top Ernie Banks. Ernie always wanted to play 2. You got a chance to play 3.
Yep.
That one gets away, but obviously nobody on the base paths of minimal concern. Those are contagious now. Be careful.
Oh, no. That's why I hit the cough button.
Appreciate that. 1-1 the count.
That's
Fouled
right
straight
back to
back.
us.
Lunsford, Archuleta, and Palmer. The trio due up this time through. Batters 9, 10, and 1 in this clutch lineup. So Danford had his struggles in the last inning, but staked to a 2-run lead. He is sent back on the mound. And Goodman goes right back to the bullpen to keep loosening if needed.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll see him before this game is over.
As the count runs full at 3-2. And Lunsford swinging a miss. Pulling the string that time was Danford. He gets the strikeout. That's how he finished the inning against Pilarczyk last time through.
Strikeout number 6.
And there's one down. Veers out of the zone. Hop to home plate, 2-0 the count. Archuleta, the catcher. Ground ball to the shortstop and Peeler, that Peeler made a really good throw on. And nowhere close to the zone on these 3 pitches is Danford. Ball 4, pitch walk. So 3 walks last inning after not walking a batter since the second batter he had faced. And Palmer represents the tying run at home plate.
Yeah, he was not anywhere close to the zone in any of those 4 pitches.
Fastball misses and almost kind of looked like he was almost overthrowing that one to some degree. Smacked, but foul.
Had a good turn on that one. Hit it hard.
Palmer scored the opening run of the game for this Indy clutch squad. In the game is the pitcher. Now in the shortstop position. Little low. 2-1 the count. They'll throw behind the runner, but nowhere near far enough away is Archuleta. And the count now 3-1. Ball 4. So the tying run now on base for the clutch.
Goodman still getting loose.
Thompson has walked and reached on a single. That was the ball to left that, again, was a catchable ball, but again, because the left fielder was hugging towards the line. Ground ball, shortstop, and again, even though he bobbled, there's no play there.
That ball is hit so deep into the hole.
Yeah, the only play is if the third baseman almost goes immediately to the bag, which that's not your natural instinct to do in that situation.
Right.
It's the only, and you see that play kind of more in softball than you do baseball, where like the momentum
Yes.
will take the fielder that direction, they'll go the short route to third. But another C&I single for the clutch. And then a hit by pitch, that'll score a run. So the single by Thompson, hit by pitch by Burnett, which he'll get credit for an RBI, and I think that's going to be the end of the line for Danford. So make it now 5 for Triple Crown threat. And a pitching change coming, or 5 for the clutch, I should say. Pitching change coming for Triple Crown threat. And let's go ahead and take a quick timeout. It is 6-5 now in favor of Triple Crown threat in the bottom half of the 4th. And we're back in a moment. You're watching on ISC.
Brewer Jim's at home. That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa.
My goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn.
What a swim! 6 of them.
Shot at the buzzer. She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Hello.
Did it again.
Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched.
Jackson, hello.
There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
So Noah Goodman, we've seen him warming for a couple of innings. He'll come in to replace Danford. Danford still with a lead, however. The cleanup hitter and Ian Nickel due up here for the clutch. Bases loaded, one down. The lead is now 6-5 for the clutch. And again, this is the unique nature of kind of pool play, tournament play. As much as we are watching the individual results that happen here, we're also kind of watching the scoreboard in terms of what it would mean for Triple Crown Threat. They've, to some degree, have to be conscientious about the number of runs they are going to allow in this scenario. That's the first tiebreaker in terms of potentially getting into the championship bracket. That will not help them. Back-to-back hit by pitched batters with bases loaded, and we're tied at 6.
And the starter, Danford, goes 3 1/3. Noah Goodman was in the batting lineup originally as an extra hitter, but was not in the field. And he comes in and hits the first batter he faces.
Here's Rankin, who has singled and walked in today's game. He's picked up RBI in each of his previous 2 at-bats.
Goodman last year appeared in 7 games for Couts and had a 2-2 record with a 2.18 ERA.
Ground ball. Such is the joy of attending a smaller school. You can get a little varsity baseball time as a freshman.
Yep.
I know of what I speak on that front.
It's a 1A program, right?
Correct.
Couts?
They were in the 1A basketball state final a couple of years ago. Ground ball, foul ball, I should say. Count remains 1-2. The Mustangs of Couts High School. Whitaker does a good job of sliding over and blocking that one. So 2-2. 6 consecutive batters reached last inning for the clutch. The last 5 have reached this time through. Smacked, caught, double play. You can throw the ball there, it'll be just the same, and the inning comes to an end. So the line drive double play ends the inning, but the clutch have once again tied it. We're tied at 6-4. We'll let this take you to break as you're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series here on the ISC Sports Network.
Has it, leaps the man, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
Said that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
The drive, the take, fouled, and it goes!
Lobbing it to the back of the end zone. They're going to say it's a touchdown.
Left foot gets through. Goal for Vargas.
Hamilton will score.
To the top of the 5th we go here at Jim Turner Field. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you. Here on the ISC Sports Network, our second of 4 games today from the home of the Logansport Berries. 15U pool play game, the finale. Again, the Indy Clutch know their tournament's over regardless of what happens in this game. Triple Crown Threat hanging on by a thread if they win this game and are able to hold the Clutch to no runs. They're in the top 5. If it's 1 run, then they would go to the next tiebreaker, which would be run differential. And obviously, that is TBD in terms of what happens the next inning or 2. And we are also starting to butt up against our time limit.
About a half an hour.
Yep, about 25 minutes or so. So there is some counting of fingers and toes that is going on as we speak. And Rankin is loosening. I think we are simply waiting on a fresh influx of baseballs is the reason for the kind of added warm-up time that Rankin is taking here. Also, Palmer has moved in to catch. So Palmer now is going to play 3 different positions in this game, which again at this age is the entire point of playing summer baseball. Get as much experience in as many different spots as possible.
And he's flipped with Archuleta, who was behind the plate.
Yep.
So they've swapped positions. Archuleta now at short.
So Danford, who exited the game as the pitcher last inning, will lead things off. He has doubled, he has singled, he has scored, and has a run batted in. This is the final batter to see Rankin for the first time. And hammered by Danford into left field for a base hit. So he's got a 3-for-3 afternoon going.
When you hit 12, it takes a little bit longer to get through the order.
Just a tad. So Whitaker, ground ball to shortstop his last time up. Doubled the trip before that. Up the middle. Base hit. And that is a pair of hard hit balls right out of the chute by the 3 and 4 batters.
On 2 pitches.
As the catcher, Whitaker will head back to the dugout to get the gear on. Brightsky will come in to run for him. And Bartos, who has reached twice. And advanced to second on a couple of stolen bases twice. Lifted, right field. Right fielder lines it up. Good arm by the right fielder, and Danford bluffed for a second. He wasn't going anywhere. Bartos retired for the first time, and there's one away. So here's Smith. Smith hit a rope to left field that Sparks made an outstanding play on in the corner. And the scoring threat his last time up, ground ball, third baseman. Yep, just trying to win the foot race, and he does.
Good play, take the lead runner. Try and make a difficult throw across the diamond.
So fielder's choice and 2 down. That was Lewis that made the play down at third. One of the few players who has not changed his position during the course of the game. So Rodriguez now at the plate. Struck out but reached on a pass ball his last time up. And hit a ground ball to first base. Clutch trying to put a 0 on the board for the second time in 5 innings. Curveball dots the outside corner of the left-hander. And they count at 1-1. Fouled straight back. And Rankin 1 pitch away from getting out of the top of the 5th unscathed. 2-2. If Rodriguez reaches, Owen Wallstra awaits to come into bat. Lifted foul and out of play. Foul tip. Palmer could hang on to it. We'll do it again.
Yep.
2-2 now. That clipped him, yep, in the batter's box. Full day of baseball here at Logansport with 2 more to go. Give us about 15 minutes after conclusion of this one to get you our next game. Both teams are here and standing by. 14U game between another Indy Titans team and young men from Fishers High School. All those players heading into their freshman years of high school in the next few weeks. Full count, runners were going. Rodriguez swings and misses, and the inning is over. So it's 6-6 going to the bottom half of the 5th. Clutch look to take the lead for the first time today when we come back as you're watching on ISC. Fall means football, and on the ISC, we've got you covered all season long. Catch our broadcast live on television on MyIndy TV 23 and Comcast 81, as well as streaming on ISCSportsNetwork.com. With a subscription to ISC for only $4.99 a month, you get access to our entire library, viewable anytime, anywhere, on our website or on the ISC app. Don't miss a single broadcast. ISC Sports Network. Football lives here. The ISC Sports Network is your home for sports content across the Hoosier State. Find us live on TV and streaming or archived on our website and our app. The ISC is your one-stop shop for the content you want to see, including high school sports, college sports, and other great events throughout the year. Subscribe to our streaming service and get access to it all. ISC, local lives here. Back to Logansport. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you here on the ISC Sports Network. 15U pool play game, Triple Crown Threat, and Indy Clutch tied at 6. Again, see the young men from Fishers are waiting to take to the field. Their game was scheduled to start about 30 minutes ago, but a little behind with the schedule. The game went into the 9th inning.
They're one of the few programs that they dress just like the high school. Like they've got the high school logo on their sleeve. They wear the same hats as the high school. There's no debating who they're representing.
Here's Lewis. He walked his last time up and had an RBI. That one misses high. And a tie or a loss, and the Triple Crown Threat team would see their weekend in Logansport come to an end. Looks like Cody Vernich is going to start to throw in the bullpen for Triple Crown Threat. Fouled straight back by Lewis, and the count at 2-1. Five teams advanced in the top bracket of the 15U group. Goodman keeps missing high. That usually means you are not following through properly.
Yes, bend your back.
This one found the zone, and Lewis steers it to center field for a base hit. So the leadoff man aboard, and Lewis has a base hit for the first time. So here's Meese. Began the game as the first baseman, now kind of the extra hitter in the rotation through for the clutch. Ground ball could be 2. Peeler over the second baseman. Turns it. Got it. No. First baseman just dropped it. My goodness. That's Bartos, who's now playing at first base, as they've moved some pieces around. So a fielder's choice and 1 down. Malarchik at the plate. Snap throw.
Oh.
Almost. Well, Whitaker's got a good arm back there behind home plate. Malarchik has struck out twice in his previous plate appearances. Not this time. Center fielder coming in, makes the play, and now they may have 2. Bartos caught that one. Life's all about second chances, right?
Yeah, good running catch by Hughes, and
sometimes they come at you 30 seconds later. So eventually the double play will end the inning, and we move on to the top of the 6th. Tied at 6. It's the Greater Lafayette World Series from Logansport on ISC.
Your life is on the go. Now your viewing habits can be on the go. With the ISC Sports Network app, your team is at your fingertips. You can download years' worth of content from the ISC Sports Network library. High school, college, special events, weekly and monthly shows, wherever you find your favorite app. And you can always find out more information at iscsportsnetwork.com.
3, 2, 1.
Has the first dunk in the building for Joya. Waits, Waddell finishes, and lays it in. There is right now the play of the game. Better finish. Good. We might see that on plays of the week. Great feed. The finish. Spin, win, 3. Bury it in the lane. No, gun, yes. Stop. Whoa, what a play. Flying in.
Rarely do you get a chance to turn 2 twice in an inning. That's kind of the way it worked out. Second time around worked better than the first time through for Triple Crown threat. We go to the top of the 6th. Approximately 15 minutes from a time limit standpoint left to go in this one. Owen Wallstrip has been in the lineup. Been to the plate twice. He's now in the field as the third baseman. Was an extra hitter to start the game. Reached on an error and flew out to center field, did Owen. His first 2 times up. He is batter number 8 in the 12-man lineup for Triple Crown threat. First pitch swinging, first pitch fouling this one back, and well out of play.
so they will complete the inning, correct?
Correct.
With the time limit.
Correct, and there's a chance we could start the 7th.
Sure.
And what we won't do, because this is a pool play game, is basically play anything extra innings. You would finish the inning whenever the time limit would hit. Now, this game could end top of the 7th or at the bottom of the 7th. Palmer, it's a good job to snag that one. We've seen Palmer pitch, catch, and play short in today's game. It's in there for a strike. 2-2 the count. Wallstrom, Goodman, and Vernich, the trio of batters due up for Triple Crown threat. They're in the top of the 6th inning. This one sprayed, fouling it down the right field line. Swing and a miss. First time that Wallstrom has made the right turn to the dugout, and there's one away. Back-to-back Ks for Rankin. He entered this game in the 3rd inning. He has now gone 3 in relief.
Allowed 2 runs.
Off the end of the bat, 0-1 the count.
Both Rankin and the batter he's facing, Goodman, are the current pitchers of record in this tie game.
Goodman a fly ball to right his first time up. Fielder's choice and a run scored. Liner past the second baseman. Lunsford could not get that one. Base hit. Good piece of hit and kind of threw the bat at that one, did Goodman. Fifth hit allowed by Rankin. And now Vernich to the plate. Goodman will come out. Walsh will come run for him so the pitcher can focus on the task at hand in the home half of the sixth. Remains 1-0. Vernich has reached twice. He's got a single. He's got a double. There's an RBI and a run scored. Turns on this one, but this will simply be a long hit foul ball. It landed down in the bullpen.
Oh, it almost got to the street.
320 down each of the lines, which is the exact same dimension as Victory Field. Vernich was swinging for the downs on that one and misses. 1-2 the count. Now the dimensions in the power alleys in center field are a little bit different here than at Victory Field.
A little bit deeper at Victory Field.
Yep. Swing and a miss. So 2 down. Now, home runs in the high school state tournament, or the high school state finals, I should say, at Victory Field are few and far between. There's Miller.
I'm guessing you haven't seen too many.
If you see him, it's somebody roping him down the line. I mean, it has to be.
Yeah. I did a Marion County tournament final there once, and Nick Schnell hit one off the top of the wall in left center, which is the deepest part of the park. It's like
418.
418 to left center, right?
Yep.
Right there where
Almost.
the triangle is.
Yep. Death Valley, as it's called.
Yeah, he hit one off the top of the wall.
And the player my partner's referring to was the first-round pick of the Tampa Bay Rays back in 2018.
Hit 3 home runs in a game earlier this week.
Good for him.
For Bowling Green.
For the Hot Rods?
Yes, that's where he is currently.
We now play in the South Atlantic League.
Yeah.
Formerly the Midwest League.
That's high A, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where he is. Yeah, he hit, I think it was Monday night. He had 3 home runs.
Miller reached his last time up. Runner goes. Palmer throws. Good arm, but not in time. So a stolen base. There's been a handful of those so far for this Triple Crown threat team. And again, you're trying to get a runner in scoring position with 2 down.
That's their third, but the first one where the catcher's actually thrown down.
Yeah.
Bartos had 2 that have been conceded.
Hughes had one back in the third as well.
Oh, yeah, good call. Yep.
It does dot the outside corner for a strike. Miller was a strikeout victim his first time up. He's 1 for 2 as Miller. And fishing on that one. And Rankin trying to put together back-to-back innings of scoreless relief and potentially give his team a chance to win it in the bottom of the 6th. Into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Should score the go-ahead run. And that's exactly how it'll play out. Miller gets another single, and it's 7-6 for Triple Crown threat.
Clutch 2-out hit for Miller. And now with just 7 minutes remaining in the time limit, he puts his team in a really good spot to win this ball game.
And if the score holds, as it is at 7-6, Triple Crown would be the 5th and final team to play in the championship bracket tomorrow. Here's Peeler. Peeler lifts this one that'll just clear the fence down the first base line. Peeler singled his last time up, struck out the time before that. This marks the 3rd trip through the lineup. If this were a 9-man batting lineup, it'd be the 4th trip through the lineup. Triple Crown, as you can do at this level, batting 12. Peeler lays off of it, 1-1 the count. Interesting to see that the first baseman is playing so far behind Miller here. Because if I'm Miller, they asked if he took a swing, and he did not.
Okay.
If I'm Miller and the first baseman's that far back, I am cruising into second.
He's got a huge lead over there.
Yep.
As you would expect. And he's a big run over there. It's a huge difference to go from this bottom of the 6th up 7-6.
In other words, I'm surprised that Thompson is playing that far behind him. Now he kind of says, okay, I'll give. And I'll go back to first.
Right.
And Thompson now is holding the runner on first. Good off-speed pitch, 2-2 the count. Lunsford, Archuleta, and Palmer. The trio of players due up here for Indy Clutch.
Nice
Got him,
pitch.
absolutely froze him. Peeler was not expecting that, and the inning is over. However, Triple Crown threat takes the lead, and depending on how the next inning times out, Indy Clutch could win it. Triple Crown threat could kind of time this one out. We'll see when we come back to Logansport on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds remaining.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
Has to finish.
You get a layup taken, and an and one.
Out of here.
In the background, a signature song of every junior high dance I attended is playing. Triple Crown threat leading Indy Clutch by a score of 7-6. If I can make my partner laugh, I have accomplished something during the course of the broadcast. Alongside Rob Brown, Greg Rakestraw with you.
Oh, man. If they fired up Night Ranger, Sister Christian, I'd have some serious Keystone Middle School flashbacks.
You'd be motoring, huh?
Oh, my goodness.
So Lunsford, Archuleta, and Palmer, the trio, due up this time through. Lunsford 0 for 2, a foul ball to the first baseman, and a strikeout victim. And we're kind of playing beat the clock here. Obviously, Indy Clutch will have their chance to finish the inning. But we are getting closer to the time limit.
Yeah, 3-4 minutes. I had 4:23 as our official start time. If that's the case, we're 3 minutes away roughly. So Clutch will get a chance to tie this game up or maybe get 2.
Can even
and
win
the
it.
game.
Yep. Just below the knees from Goodman.
But as you've outlined throughout the game, the stakes for Goodman are this: you get three batters out, and your team gets to play tomorrow. If you don't do that, you go home tonight, and you've got the day off tomorrow.
Kind of 3-1. Just off the outside corner.
Lunsford thought that was ball 4, as did I.
And he had a pitch to work with, so it's a good take there. And not even close on that one. So, leadoff walk. Here comes Archuleta, who walked and scored in his last time through in the fourth. This marks the third trip through the lineup for the Indy clutch.
More importantly, though, Archuleta, his at bat, will turn the lineup over. And now you've got Palmer, the leadoff hitter, on deck, and a lot of their action, they being clutch, has come from the top third of the order.
Yeah, Thompson is yet to be retired, who is now third in line. Number 2 hitter on the team. And Archuleta shows bunt. Now 2-0. Basically here, as this inning plays out now, 2 runs wins it for the clutch. Does make contact with it and sprays it foul.
Vernich is back throwing again in the bullpen for Triple Crown threat.
Pitcher stumbled. We've seen it a couple of times today where the pitcher will stumble on that turf mound.
You know, rake out those pebbles between games.
They'll get the brooms out. Runner goes. Picked a good pitch to go on, and he'll make it. Ball down in the dirt, kind of an off-speed pitch. And
first stolen base of the game for clutch.
Tying run now in scoring position.
Full count for Archuleta.
Activity is stopped in the bullpen for Triple Crown in case a change is needed. Nice catch, by the way, by a fan down the right field line.
He barehand that?
If we played banana ball rules, there'd be 1 out of the inning. Ground ball. Shortstop couldn't get there off his glove. Runner will get the wave around, and it is a tie game. And again, now it will be a matter of, can the clutch win it here in the bottom half of the 6th? There's going to be a pitching change coming up. So a single for Archuleta. Run scores to tie us at 7. Pitching change coming up. With that, we'll take a quick timeout. Back in a moment as you're watching this 15U game in the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello.
Did it again.
Hello.
Made the highlight reel again. That goes to Mentor and all kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello.
There we go. Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
So Cody Vernich will be the 3rd pitcher of the game for Triple Crown threat. He'll face Jordan Palmer. And again, we have hit the time limit on this game, but the clutch as the home team will be allowed to try to win this one in the bottom of the 6th, or this game will finish as a tie.
Yeah,
and because of that now, Triple Crown threat knows they will not be playing tomorrow.
This is the only remaining scenarios are a tie or a clutch victory. That's all that's left. There's no outs in the inning, so clutch has to be thinking win here and get out of this weekend with a win after coming in 0-2, and now the runner's hung up.
Yeah, he was started to kind of venture off the bag, and in the rundown, runner is tagged out. So Archuleta picked off in the rundown play. Just straight a little too far off the bag that time to Archuleta.
2-6-3 on that put out on the rundown.
Palmer now can swing away here with one down. Palmer has reached twice and scored twice. Only player to score multiple runs today for the Clutch. Began the game as the starting pitcher, then moved to shortstop and has caught the last couple of innings. Puts a charge into this one. Center fielder drifting back, and changed course a couple of times, but able to nest it into the glove. And now the Clutch down to a final out. Here's Thompson, who is yet to be retired today. He singled his last 2 times up. Scored a run back in the 3rd. Foul ball as he rolls over top of that one.
So Indy Titans and the Fishers Tigers. 14U game coming up next.
Smacked into center field for a base hit. How about a 3-hit day for Thompson?
Yeah, he's had a nice day. Also reached in a walk, 4 for 4 on base today.
Here's Burnett. Burnett has reached twice. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. Walked the time before that and scored in the 3rd. Again, they'll throw behind. And by the way, Danford now is in as the catcher. That had been Whitaker's spot, but Danford catching now for Triple Crown threat. So both starting pitchers now catching in today's game.
Only in travel baseball. Would you see that?
Count 2-0. Runner goes. Danford throws. Not in time.
Good jump by Thompson.
So the winning run now in scoring position. And the count 3-0. Ian Nickel awaits on deck.
Burnett has not put the ball in play yet today. Strikeout, walk, and a hit by pitch.
He was taken all the way there. That's in for a strike. Count now 3-1. Off the plate, ball 4. Well, frankly, Burnett's run is almost inconsequential at this point.
No. Yeah, he does not matter in the final accounting of this game.
So Nickel singled and scored back in the 3rd. Hit by a pitch that got him an RBI last time up. Struck out looking back in the 1st. Has a chance to win it for the Indy Clutch, as we're past the time limit on this one. So 6 is all we'll play in this game. 2-0 the count. See how aggressive he is at 2-0, or if he's given a take sign here.
I'm guessing he's taking. Nope.
He wasn't. Swings and misses on the lefty versus lefty matchup. Runner goes. They'll throw, and he's safe. If the third baseman makes the catch, he's out. He's sliding into the tag, but
the ball beat him there.
The aggression for the Clutch plays off. And now the winning run is 90 feet away. But it's 2-2. Turns on this one. This one will get down in fair territory. Base hit. That'll score the run. And that is that, as we have hit the time limit today. The Clutch win it by a score of 8-7. And both these teams finish 1-2 here in the Greater Lafayette World Series. That'll do it for our second broadcast of the afternoon. We'll take this quick timeout. We'll get you to the next 14U game featuring the Fishers Tigers and the Indy Titans in about 15 or 20 minutes. Goodbye for now from Logansport, and thanks for joining us on ISC.
Still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name. Wabash has the lead for the first time today. Said that was going to be a highlight reel. Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
Verbal vacation homes come with 24/7 live support. So if you ever need anything, you can reach a real person in about a minute. Because if it's 4 a.m. and you need assistance, the last thing you want to do is wait to talk to a robot.
Hey, how can I help?
After all, live support is an amenity every vacation home should have. Verbal, private vacation rentals for you and your people.
Jason Mraz. There is a brand new station on Pandora playing my music and other artists just like me. You'll hear songs from today and songs that make you go, I remember this song, or I love this song. Check it out for yourself. It's called Heartbeat. Turn it on and leave it on. Tap now to listen.
You know I'm a dreamer from my heart to gold. I had a runaway high, so
After a brief break in Logansport, we are back with some action in the 14U division. An Indy Titans squad, the Indy Titans NAC, will take on the Fishers Tigers. Now, this is in the silver bracket. This is in the consolation bracket. There were 11 teams that were in the 14U division. 5 teams go to the silver bracket, while 6 teams advance on to the championship bracket. And we will see that championship game tomorrow at 1:30 here at Logansport. Alongside Rob Brown, my name is Greg Rakestraw. Thank you so much for joining us. Rob, what are your expectations of what we'll see here in this 14U game?
Well, this group is always interesting. It's an interesting contrast between what we saw in our first game of the day, our first broadcast, the 17Us. Those are kids that are seniors to be, that are physically mature, stronger, have played high school baseball. These are mostly kids that are getting ready to play high school baseball as incoming freshmen. A lot of them have not hit their physical maturity yet, so it's a different kind of game, more of a speed and finesse game than a strength game.
McDonald is the pitcher for the Indy Titans NAC. Of course, the young men that are wearing the pinstripes all will be freshmen at Fishers High School. Carter Davis leads things off.
As you mentioned, both of these teams 1 and 2 in pool play. Titans are the home team, the 10th seed in the bracket. Fishers the 11th seed.
Ground ball, second baseman charges, and got him just by a step. There's one down.
Timeline came into play, time limit I should say, last game, 6:53 our start time for this one. Keep an eye on that. We've got one more game after this one.
Here's Matt Smith, the third baseman for this Fishers squad. Now, certainly what you notice in watching these kids play is the difference in where the outfielders line up in terms of, not being able to, potentially kind of reach those power alleys at the age of 14, playing this high school dimension field. Ground ball that's rolled over foul. And the count at 1-1. Pitcher for Fishers and Gavin Murphy awaits on deck. Pitcher and Luke McDonald will attend Carmel High School coming up this year.
Yeah, the field just looks different when these kids are on the field versus when you've got the U17s on the field.
A lot more of the field is in play when that is the case. Curveball misses, 3-1 the count. And ball 4. So here comes Gavin Murphy. Frankly, you tend to see a lot more stolen bases at this level because there's usually fewer catchers that can throw runners out at second base.
That's a long throw.
Yep.
As a U14, that's a long throw from behind the plate.
And on that note, runner goes. Slow rolling ground ball. Third baseman fields and will throw. And heads up base running by Smith. As he immediately, because he's already standing on second for a stolen base attempt, goes straight to third. So runners on the corners with one down.
And that's a play where the third baseman, Summer, might have been better advised just to swallow that one up and keep the base. Keep Murphy at second with one out.
So Donovan Prohl now to the plate. The catcher swings over top of that one. 12 in the lineup for Fishers, 11 for the Indy Titans. The runner goes, and the catcher will simply let him have it. And you see a lot of that play at this level of baseball, too. There's now 2 runners in scoring position. Titans infielder staying back here this early in the game. Contact made, but rolls over top of this one, foul.
Pretty fortunate that once the rain moved through, it's turned out to be a gorgeous day. Not too hot.
Curveball misses, 2-2 the count. Let's thank our tremendous ISC Sports Network crew. Rob Lynch, Sheldon Wheeler, Matthew Stein, Charlie Hammock. Thanks to David Kahn, Austin Lass, and Vince Morales. Game 3 of the day for us. We're back for 4 age bracket championship games tomorrow. So our coverage day begins tomorrow at 11:15. Thrilled to be joined by the now retired Butler baseball coach, Dave Schrag, that will join me. Curveball just misses off the corner, 3-2.
I thought you were talking about me for a second. Like, wait a second, I didn't retire.
That's for tomorrow's games. You did retire as the voice of the
I
Ron
did.
County Royals.
I did.
Foul ball.
Got a lot of other irons in the fire, though, including my full-time job.
See, you've told me for years you've had a full-time job. I've never actually seen you at it, so I'm really not sure you have one. Count is full at 3-2. Sky-high pop-up. Runner will tag. That'll score a run. Left fielder makes the play. Throw. Cut off by the third baseman, so no advance for second base. Sacrifice fly, RBI. It's 1-0 Fishers. You prole the RBI. Pretty sure you work at King Euros full time.
I wouldn't mind that.
I know it. Grant Wolf, the left fielder, now due up. Number 5 hitter.
Work my way into an employee discount.
Grant says the Cubs his favorite team and Bryce Harper his favorite player. That did graze the outside corner. 1-1 the count.
Well, if McDonald can find his way to retire this batter, it would be a victory for him to get out of this with just 1 run allowed, given the action on the base pass that Fishers has had here at the top of the first.
Catcher and Scagnoli did a good job to slide over, prevent any further advance. That time he blocked it with his mask, didn't realize it. He had made the play and couldn't locate it. With that, it's a wild pitch, and the runner advances a third, but again, there's 2 down. Dimensions here at Jim Turner Field, 320, 354, and 372. 320 down the lines, 354 in the power alleys, and 372 to straightaway center. This one smacked towards straightaway center. Center fielder drifting back and makes the leaping grab to end the inning and save what might have been as much as a triple. That was Cale Weinrich that made the play, and that'll take us to break. 1-0 Fishers after 1/2 of the first. The Titans come to bat when we come back on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is gone.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
That is Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
That's the finish.
You get a layup to take it, and an and one.
Fly ball.
I'm not sure if that player will be getting into the game in tonight's contest. Fishers and the Indy Titans getting together here in this silver bracket game. in the 14U division alongside Rob Brown. Greg Rakestraw with you.
I was trying to figure out what that young man was up to. I couldn't tell if he was resting, sulking, or if he was trying to look at some sort of screen and block the sun.
I'm going to go with the latter.
You think it was the last one?
Cale Scagnoli will lead things off here for the Indy Titans NAC squad in this 14U division.
Don't see a lot of catchers hitting leadoff.
Old Craig Biggio, Jason Kendall.
I was going to say Jason Kendall. He was the first one that popped to my mind. Brian Downing back in the old days.
I remember him banging into walls at Anaheim Stadium when he moved to left field back in the 80s.
Yeah.
A lot of these Indy Titans kids are kids that have ties to Guerin Catholic High School. There are numerous Indy Titans teams on the north side of Indianapolis. North Central, Carmel, Guerin, Western Boone amongst the schools represented on this Indy Titans squad.
That's Scagnoli's school, who's standing in.
Pitcher is Gavin Murphy for these Fishers Tigers. He's working from the windup. And misses high, 2-0 the count. Swing and a miss for Scagnoli. Scagnoli says the Marlins his favorite team, and Chris Bryant is his favorite player. Curveball in.
That's another team that's had a really surprising season. The Marlins are good. It's a good team.
Helps you get a guy flirting with 400 in July.
It does.
Luis Arias now he's calmed down to the 380s at this point. So full count now. And ball 4. So Scagnoli works a walk. So Cale Weinrich will come to the plate. Cale will attend Guerin Catholic High School coming up in the fall.
Tremendous catch he made to end the inning.
Says the Cardinals his favorite team, and Yadi Molina his favorite player.
Guerin knocked off in the sectional by Bishop Chittard, but they spent much of the season ranked either 1, 2, or 3 in 3A. Had a phenomenal season. That didn't go as far as they would have hoped in the postseason, but a phenomenal regular season, 20-plus wins for the Golden Eagles.
Count at 1-0. Murphy having trouble finding the strike zone here early in this one. Brody Jack awaits on deck. Ground ball. Shortstop, going to be a tough play from that angle and couldn't make it. Ball got away from the first baseman. So runners at first and third with nobody out. And frankly, as we've watched this become a 4 age group tournament over the course of really the last 3 years, to me, the biggest difference that you see is the jump from the 14 to the 15 group. Like that 1 year of high school baseball makes a big difference in terms of watching the kids on,
I would agree,
on this field. Runner goes for first. And again, they'll simply give him the bag as Brody Jack now at the plate.
No, it's a great point. Just the physical difference, the confidence, just how kids carry themselves after a year in high school. And I think that goes across the board, not just athletically, but socially, academically. Just they're in a much different place.
Jack will attend Carmel High School. Brody said the Reds his favorite team, and Joey Votto his favorite player.
And I would get behind the Reds scoring a run tonight versus the last 2 games against the Brewers.
Being shut out 1-0 each of their last 2 games. Ground ball that'll score a run. Shortstop knocks it down, throws to first, gets the runner there. So it's a ground ball out, but an RBI. We're tied at 1 and a runner at third base. So give Jack the RBI.
And give some credit to Gilliland, who made that throw while seated from behind the second base bag. He got back to his feet. It's a nice play.
So a run for each team in their half of the first inning. Inning continues now with the pitcher and Luke McDonald. McDonald again will head to Carmel High School. Said the Blue Jays his favorite team, which is fitting given the color scheme of the Indy Titans. This is very Blue Jays-esque uniforms these days.
Yeah.
And Bo Bichette his favorite player.
Good for him. I don't see too many Blue Jays fans in central Indiana.
Excuse me, swing there. Count is 0-2.
Used to see some Expos fans back in the day when the Indians were affiliated.
Correct.
You could understand that. That was logical.
I think the Expos were the Indians' parent club, I think, from 85 to 92, somewhere around there.
That sounds about right. And they swing and a miss.
Well, 2 outs. Of course, you also have players like, Randy Johnson,
a lot of good
Andre
players.
Scalaraga,
Larry Walker,
Delino DeShields, Marquise Grissom,
a lot of good players.
Moises Alou, that all spent time in Indianapolis.
A lot of good players came through here.
In fact, apparently, Moises at one point was enrolled at Marion University.
I think I'd heard that somewhere.
Now, not to play baseball. He was,
right.
he was,
taking classes.
It was because his dad was, Felipe was managing the Indianapolis Indians for a time, correct?
Yes, yes. Yes, I think I had heard that.
So here's Vaughn Dragish. He is the shortstop. Count at 1-1. He's going to head to North Central. Oh, he's going to Carmel. I looked at the wrong number. My apologies. Says the White Sox his favorite team and Tim Anderson his favorite player. Cue shot. Second baseman couldn't get there. Right fielder will throw to first if he can make the play. He can't, which allows the run to score. It's now 2-1 for the Indy Titans. Let's give Dragish the RBI. Second base hit of the inning. Here's Drew Smith. He is the starting second baseman. Drew will attend Garin Catholic in the fall. Says the Cubs his favorite team. That's a called strike, not a swinging strike. So Smith, the number 6 hitter. First baseman and Wilson, a little surprised that throw was heading his way.
Yeah, I don't think he. I think he thought Murphy was coming to the plate.
Good job by the catcher to snag it. Again, he'll throw down, but no play at first base.
Tell you, Prohl behind the plate's got good size. He's almost as tall as our home plate umpire.
I noticed that when he stood up. Runner goes, swing through, throw down, not in time. So runner in scoring position. Count at 1-2. Curveball in for a strike, and that is the end of the inning. So 2 runners score for the Indy Titans. We get to the top of the second inning. They lead the Tigers 2-1 as you're watching on ISC.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
22-6-0 for Penn.
What a swim!
Six of them.
Shot at the buzzer. Got it! She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello. Did it again. Hello. Made the highlight reel again.
That goes to
Whoa,
Mentor and all
touchdown.
kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched. Jackson, hello.
There we go.
Stokes throws it, caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow. This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Look towards the press box, our viewing location for all the baseball today here at Jim Turner Field. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you here on ISC. Wilson, Stafford, and Meyer due up this time through for the Fishers Tigers. Wilson, the first baseman. McDonald staked to a one-run lead and locates the off-speed pitch for a strike.
This may come down to early which pitcher can avoid walks and extra pitches and make guys put it in play. Both pitchers walked a batter in that first inning. And as the cliche goes, both walked batters scored.
Wilson swings and misses. Wilson says the Cleveland Guardians his favorite team. And Jose Ramirez his favorite player. Count it 1-2. Curveball and a beauty. Adam
Pitch.
Buckland. First strikeout authored by McDonald. And there's one down. Here's Stafford to the plate. Smacked it, and Von Dragish was right there. Second out of the inning. So Maddox, Stafford. Here's Max Meyer. Meyer, one of the extra hitters on the team for the Fishers Tigers. Lifts that one down the line and foul. And the count at 1-1. This Fishers team will bat 12 in the lineup. And the count at 1-2. McDonald doing a good job of finding the strike zone so far. Spoils that one.
Off-speed stuff out and away, this hitter.
Good job to keep seeing pitches by Meyer. Making contact with the off-speed pitch to you. You come back with a fastball here. Missed the zone completely, 2-2 the count.
And a pitch to work with there. Be surprised to see him come in on the hands here at 2-2.
Just missed. Full count now. McDonald did walk a batter. That was the batter that came around to score in Smith in the last inning. And not close, ball 4. So Will Engebretson now will come to the plate. He is the second baseman. Engebretson says the Cubs his favorite team, and New Cub Dansby Swanson, his favorite player. Off the end of the bat, shortstop, can't get there. Just a little past the head of Von Dragish. So that's a base hit, and it's a 2-out rally going for Fishers.
Reached down, just threw the head of the bat at that low pitch. Poked it out there in the short center field.
Here's Gilliland, the shortstop. First baseman told to play behind the runner with a runner at second base. And 2 down here in the inning. Helping out the pitcher that time was Gilliland, was fooled on that one.
Yeah, that was way out of the zone.
Up high, 2-1 the count. Bo Young, the player that awaits on deck if it gets to him. Ground ball. Shortstop's got it. He'll go the long way and show up a pretty good arm from shortstop, and you can see why at 14 he's playing shortstop as he makes that throw. And that is the end of the inning. So 2 runners are stranded, and we are through 1.5 in Logansport. 2-1 in favor of the Titans on ISC.
Has it, leaps ahead, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name. Wabash has the lead for the first time today. So that was going to be a highlight reel. Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you
oh,
go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my
goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Ellen's way.
Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Back at the home of the Berry Bowl. We're not there. We're at Jim Turner Field today, although you got to be at the Berry Bowl.
I did. You can almost see it from here.
Quite a night of basketball.
That was a lot of fun, that regional.
That would have been Saturday, March the 11th. We were fortunate enough to broadcast 3 games that day on ISC.
And the game earlier in the day that we didn't do, the Noblesville-Fort Wayne game, was a one-possession game.
With the Fort Wayne Generals winning a regional.
It's an incredible game in its own right.
Here is Drew Jones, one of the extra hitters. He will attend Carmel High School this year, will Drew. Watches that one tail inside, 2-0 the count. Drew says the Cubs his favorite team, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. his favorite player. Which makes sense. He's wearing number 27. So.
Yeah. Oh, good call, yeah. I was a big fan of Senior. Huge fan of Vlad Guerrero Sr.
Take it all the way, 4-pitch walk.
Once saw him hit a home run at Wrigley Field on a pitch that bounced.
That sounds about right. Leadoff walks now in back-to-back innings. And Ashton Summer now will come to the plate. Ashton will attend Guerin Catholic High School. One and 0. Ashton says the Cubs his favorite team, and Anthony Rizzo his favorite player.
A lot of Cub fans in this game. More so than I recall in previous games.
2-0 the count. Well, for a lot of these young men, it's been half a lifetime since the Cubs won a World Series.
That's fair.
They're 14. It's been 7 years. Count at 3-0. Taking all the way. That's in for a strike.
But you think about that, though. You're 6, 7 years old, 8 years old, and you're just getting into baseball, and the team that's good. I mean, that's primarily why I'm a Reds fan. I started watching games when I was 5, and that's when the Reds were in the wheelhouse.
Some of us do that out of geographic loyalty because I'm just a little bit younger than you are. As summer works a walk. First year I began watching the Reds was 1982.
Yep.
The Reds went 61 and 101.
Yes, they did. You grew up a lot closer to Cincinnati than I did, though.
Also,
I don't know.
Not really.
How far was that?
About an hour and a half.
Okay, yeah. It was about an hour 45 from the south side.
See, there you go. C at the plate. Carson C, the first baseman.
April 11th, 1976 was my first Reds game. Reds-Astros.
C says the Cubs his favorite team. Ronald Acuna Jr. his favorite player. And he will attend Garin Catholic High School. Pitching conversation going to take place here. Head coach Noah Wheeler out to talk to our starting pitcher and Gavin Murphy. He's walked the first 2 batters he's faced.
Quick meeting.
Yep.
Short and to the point.
Throw strikes.
We like that, yeah.
Cole Eckstein awaits on deck.
Get ahead in the count, throw strikes. Pretty straightforward.
Chased one out of the zone, frankly, to see.
Yeah, that was ball 3.
Guessing maybe he was going to see a strike there after the meeting on the mound.
That's not a bad intuition.
That was a strike. It's now 2-2. In there, got him. Well, he's able to dial it in for 3 consecutive pitches. Third strikeout for Murphy. There's one down. So Cole Eckstein now will come to the plate.
It's a nice comeback by Murphy after that mound meeting to come back and throw 3 straight strikes.
Cole will head to Garin Catholic High School in the fall. He is the starting left fielder for the Indy Titans NAC squad. Showed bump. That ball was at his shoelaces. 1-0 the count. Cole says the Angels his favorite team, and you can guess his favorite player.
Actually, there's 2 guesses.
One guy's kind of surpassed the other one at this point.
That's probably true.
On the bunt. Good play by the pitcher. Got him by a step.
Yeah, nice play by Murphy to get off the mound quickly. Good, strong throw down.
Shohei was the answer, by the way.
I'm with you. I'm tracking with you.
Runners at second and third now, but 2 down. And Brock Knack will come to the plate. Knack will attend Carmel High School. Pitcher and first baseman is Brock. He's the extra hitter, or one of them.
I think I saw that 2002 Angels team that won the World Series. We were living in Southern California, about 25 minutes from the ballpark. I probably saw 20 of their 81 home games in person.
Pretty good time to be in Southern California.
Yeah, and probably watched another 80 to 100 games on television. They were a fun team to watch.
Knack, inside-out swing, lifts that one foul. Knack, another player that is wearing his number because it is the number of his favorite player. His favorite player is Miguel Cabrera, and he is a Tigers fan. Mickey's been playing since the dawn of Western civilization at this point. Curveball, a beauty. Knack was fooled. The count now 2-2.
And why didn't he get a honorary all-star slot like Pujols got last year?
Because it's baseball. 2-2 the count.
Just wondering.
Full count now. I'm a person that thinks a lot of the rules changes are good ones for Major League Baseball.
Yes.
But baseball still has an ability to get in its own way from time to time.
That's well put. That's well put.
Full count. Curveball missed inside. So 3 walks in the inning, and that's how the bases are loaded. Cole Scagnoli, who walked and scored last inning, will come back through, the catcher. And 11 batters constitute the lineup for this Indy Titans team. Strike call.
We see the head coach of the Fishers team pacing in front of the dugout. He is trying to will Murphy to get out of this inning.
Lifts this one. Center field was playing shallow, comes in, has a beat on it, makes the play. That's Darian Gurton. And the inning is over. So the Titans leave them loaded as they were all put on the base paths via bases on balls. 2-1 Fishers, or 2-1 Titans, excuse me, after 2. Fishers comes to bat when we come back on ISC.
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds left.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
Has to finish.
You get a layup to take it, and an and one.
Fly ball. Out of here.
Brewer jams it home.
That ball wiggles in and into the back of the net.
A little fireworks in the first half.
Throw it up for Tillman.
Whoa, my goodness.
122-6-0 for Penn. What a swim. 6 of them.
Back at Jim Turner Field in Logansport. Greg Rakestraw, Rob Brown with you on the ISC Sports Network. 11, 12, and 1 the batters do up this time through for the Fishers Tigers team. Again, this is a youth team designed to get kids kind of playing together as teammates. You see a lot more of this kind of in this age group. And then once you get to like the 15-year-old level, a lot of these kids then kind of scatter to their respective baseball clubs. So Young, one of the extra hitters, will lead things off for the Fishers team. There's an HSE team that's in this age bracket as well. In fact, I think the Fishers.
We see them next, right?
I think the HSU, one of the, yeah, we'll see the Royals blue. We had an HSE team that was the runner-up in 14U, if I remember right, last year.
Yes. Yes.
Tournament at Loeb when we had the championship there a year ago. First pitch swinging. Third baseman charges. Young hustling down the line, but they get him by a step. That was Summer with the throw from third base. One down.
It's a long throw from that third base spot.
So Darian Gurton now, the center fielder. Made a nice play on the fly ball to end the inning in the bottom half of the frame. And pops this one up. Center fielder was playing shallow and has to take a couple of steps back to eventually make the grab. That's Weinrich, and there's 2 away. It's Carter Davis now. Ground ball to second base, his first time up. Inside out swing that deposits that one between the on-deck circle and third base coaching box.
McDonough working very quickly in this top of the third.
I need to think of everybody has to work quickly because of the pitch clock now. But obviously back in the day you would have such appreciation
Oh.
For those that were pitching like they were renting the facility.
A guy like the late, great Tom Browning, who did not mess around.
Mark Burley immediately comes to mind as well.
Mark Burley's another one. Get it and throw it.
Strike three, absolutely. Couldn't pull the trigger on the off-speed pitch. And for the first time in tonight's game, either side is retired in order. We are through 2.5 in this silver bracket game. Titans 2, Fishers Tigers 1. Back after this on ISC.
Shot at the buzzer. She got it! Oh my goodness, what a shot!
Brady, hello. Did it again. Hello. Made the highlight reel again.
That goes to
Whoa,
Mentor and all
touchdown.
kinds of room to run. Down the middle of the field, and he will not be touched.
Jackson, hello.
There we go.
Stokes throws and caught, ball ricochets.
Wow.
A huge hit.
Wow.
This has been an amazing display of goal scoring.
Has it, leaps ahead, still on his feet. Stevens lunges. Are you kidding me?
Champions of Marion County. Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Living up to that last name.
Wabash has the lead for the first time today.
Said that was going to be a highlight reel.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you can celebrate after that.
We are live in Logansport, where earlier today, Rob Brown grabbed himself a delicious lunch from Mr. Happy Burger.
Heck yeah, I did. You
How-
better believe it.
How was your trip?
It was tremendous. It was tremendous. Just like I remembered it when my grandmother used to take me there when I was a young child.
Now, did you get tartar sauce on your burger this time as well?
That's the only way to do it, my friend.
So I've never been to Mr. Happy Burger.
Yes.
So is that unique? You'll get tartar sauce on the burger there, or do you get that like other places in which you go?
No, it's a Happy Burger thing.
only a
man.
Logansport
yeah,
thing.
It's
Okay.
Hap's Delight, man. That's the order.
So
Hap's Delight. It's a double cheeseburger with tartar sauce.
Weinrich lifts this one foul. Now, you tweeted about this some 8 hours ago.
I did, because I had it about 8 hours ago.
Did you realize that the voice of the Indianapolis Colts has now jumped on you on Twitter?
I am ignoring him currently. I will respond to him later in the evening. A, when I have time, and B, when I think of something clever.
One and one
He's
to
on
count.
he's on my list at the moment.
So let's explain the connections here. So between the two of us, Rob and myself, and Matt Taylor in between the two of us, we have all served time at some point as the voice of the Roncalli Rebels or Roncalli Royals. As Weinrich puts a charge in this one. Left fielder turns, backs up over his head. That will go just shy of the warning track. Weinrich will have a double.
Good relay to get that back in.
As good of a poke as we have seen so far in tonight's game. A leadoff
Yes.
double. And the leadoff man is aboard now for a third consecutive inning for the Indy Titans. So Weinrich puts a charge in that one. And I'd say that's about 330 feet away in left center field.
Yeah, it was a nice job by Wolf to go run that one down, though, and get it back in quickly.
So here's Brody Jack with a ground ball RBI. First time through. Turns on this one. First baseman snags it. And win the foot race, Will Wilson. Good job to advance by Weinrich. Runner on third and one down. So Matt, I covered Matt's games at Roncalli's football player.
Yes.
Matt then was doing play-by-play right before then you jumped on board and served a 15-year stint as the
Yeah, but Matt did 4 years of football, and then when he left to go work at the Fan, I took over as the football guy. I'd already been there as the basketball guy.
as the longest tenured voice of the Roncalli Royals.
Yes.
That has now been turned over to our dear friend Jimmy Cook.
Yes.
Matt interned for me at 950 while he was in college.
At Franklin College, yes. That's correct.
And, of course, Matt, now the radio voice of the Colts. I'm fortunate enough to be the postgame show host for the Colts, as well as I get to be the preseason television voice for the Colts.
Yes.
That is when Al Michaels and Prime Video don't get in the way. 1-1 the count as McDonald is at the plate. Stitch count on that one, 2-1 the count. And you are going to be Matt's spotter this year.
I'm going to be his stat guy, yep.
For Indianapolis Colts home games on the radio.
Correct, yes. So
So
I'll be in the booth with Matt and Coach Venturi. Looking forward to it.
Count at 2-1. Wild pitch. Ball gets away. Late decision to break. The catcher never found it. Good job to hustle home by Weinrich. It's now 3-1 in favor of the Indy Titans. Ball didn't get far away, but catcher never had a read on it. It's a good piece of base running by Weinrich. Base is open now. And a 3-1 count for Luke McDonald. So Matt chimes in on...
Matt has chosen to besmirch me on Twitter.
So Matt chimes in because Rob shared a story about how he ruined a Mork and Mindy T-shirt at Mr. Happy Burger back in the day.
1979. That's correct.
And Matt, being slightly younger than me, doesn't have the appreciation for Mork and Mindy that say nanu nanu that I would.
He does not.
And so Matt decided on Twitter to say, Mork and Mindy, did you have friends growing up?
Hey, I'll respond to that later on this evening.
At that age, if you didn't know Mork and Mindy, that would be the one where you didn't have friends.
That's correct.
I'm defending you.
I appreciate that.
In a very long-winded way of doing it.
I appreciate what you're doing. Yeah, we're almost like, the three of us are almost like kind of like a half generation apart.
Yeah, about 5 years apart from each other, yeah.
A little bit more. I'm a little bit older than you think. I'm 53.
You keep yourself in fantastic shape.
Thank you. Matt, I believe it is in his mid-30s.
A little older than that. Ball in the middle could be too. Well, kicked from the second baseman to the shortstop, and how about that? Got him. So they did not get the out at second because the shortstop could never step on the bag. But when he realized he couldn't do that, he fired over to first. So that is the rare 4-6-3 ground ball out and not double play.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So McDonald reaches on second, but the out is retired at first base, and there are two away.
Yeah, I'm ballparking Matt's probably 37, 38-ish, be my guess.
I can tell you Matt's exact age. Hang on a second. Matt is 37.
Okay. So, yes, he's not old enough to understand the in real-time cultural significance in the late 70s, early 80s of the show Mork and Mindy.
Now,
and that's okay.
You know who would defend your honor in this conversation.
Who's that?
The pregame show host for the Indianapolis Colts. One JMV.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, JMV, John and I are the same age. John's like 3 or 4 months older than me, but we graduated from high school the same year.
So Drew Smith at the plate. Curveball hits the front corner of the strike zone. 1-2 the count.
Yes, he would absolutely be in my corner on this one. No question.
Hashtag Team Mork and Mindy.
No question he would be in my corner.
The Titans lead at 3-1. Have got one run on here in the bottom half of the third. McDonald stands on second. The 1-2 inside, and good job. You could say a secondary lead. Ball then gets away from the third baseman. Just really smart baseball. And that was McDonald's spot, but it was Coleman Weaver, who is the courtesy runner that was in for the pitcher, that comes around to score to make it 4-1. But he was noticing that he could get a big-time secondary lead because the pitcher wasn't paying him much attention. And so he was halfway to third by the time that ball got to home plate. So he then took off and went for third. The throwdown was an errant one and make it 4-1 for the Titans.
Yeah, I think you score that, give him a stolen base, then he scores on the error by the catcher on the throw.
Correct.
But yeah, he had a walking lead as that pitch was delivered, and was 2/3 of the way to third base when he realized that no one was paying him any attention.
2-2. Ground ball, pitcher's got it. He'll lob toss it at some point to first, and the inning is over. But the Titans spread their lead to 3. And through 3, they lead it 4-1. As you're watching the Greater Lafayette World Series on ISC.
McCulling in time. Oh, no! It's good.
This one is caught.
There you go.
Wow, Dawson makes a great catch.
Spin, win, 3, bury it for Leland Walker.
Tie the game they do with the dunk by Malik Edmonds. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel a little momentum starting to fall Lynn's way.
That is Wrestler! Wrestler! Whoa!
Ball here. Harris scores. With 19 seconds.
Fake players, big boy. I'm telling you right now, that's awesome. I love it.
Has to finish.
You get a layup taken, and an and one.
Fly ball.
Out of here.
2, 3, and 4 coming up this time through for the Fishers Tigers. Matt Smith, Gavin Murphy, Donovan Prohl, the trio of batters due up. Smith scored the lone run in the first for Fishers. He walked and came around to score on the sacrifice fly by Prohl. So 4-1. And these are the two teams that in pool play, unfortunately, with the bottom two seeds. It's in for a strike.
We played 3 full innings in just under 50 minutes. It's not bad, pretty good clip.
Swing and a miss. Counted 0-2. This is in the silver bracket or the consolation bracket. We'll see a winner's bracket game in the 14U group to finish off our day following this one.
The Harrison Raiders against Royals Blue. Royals Blue, the 2 seed.
Tucked into that one did Smith. I think Harrison had to win a game to get to that one, correct?
Yes.
Royals Blue had a bye, and
yes.
we're waiting on the
Yep, as the 2, they had a bye. That's
3
correct.
or 6 seed. Up the middle, McDonald couldn't get it. Second baseman dives, couldn't flag it down either. That's an infield single. And the leadoff man is aboard for the first time for the Fishers Tigers. So base hit number 3 for the team from Fishers. Here's Gavin Murphy, who's got another one of the base hits today for Fishers. Starting pitcher trying to help his cause. Smith, the sizable lead. He goes on the throw, not in time. Ball gets away, but no further advance. And as advertised, you'll see runners being a little more aggressive.
And to answer your question, Harrison earlier today beat Central State, who was the 3 seed, 7-2 to get to that semifinal game that we'll have here as our nightcap tonight in the gold bracket.
So the Central State Spikes can, unfortunately, then head back to the Chambana area where they're from in central Illinois as they're done for the weekend.
Where'd you go? Where? Chambana?
Yeah, Champaign-Urbana, Chambana.
I've never heard that.
Ball popped up, and the runner's got to get back. If Dragish can catch that, and he doesn't, now everybody's safe. And again, that's not an infield fly scenario because there's no force out. There's just a runner on second base. So runner stays at second.
But that's got to be an error on Dragish.
Because he touched it, yep. Now the tying run comes to the plate in Prohl.
Well, Fishers has some action here now with nobody out. Chance to chip into this lead here. Heart of the order coming up. 4, 5, 6.
Runners go, ball gets by the catcher, so everybody's going to be safe. Now a pair of runners in scoring position with nobody down. Prohl, a sacrifice fly his first time up. He could do something similar here, but I'm sure he'd like to get a base hit and knock home 2. Line drive.
You called that.
Into center field. They'll hold the runner at third. Good job to advance to second base as the throw bypassed the second base bag, and it's 4-2.
Two RBIs for Prohl. He's driven in both runs.
Here's Wolf. Fly ball to center his first time up. Kind of a medium depth for the second baseman, but largely a ground ball scores a run here. The way the Titans are playing this one. Understandably so, staked to a 2-run lead.